Clerk Venegas,
Present.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
And I am present. Trustee Barnes will not be joining us tonight. So next is item C, announcements of items to be discussed in closed session. Public comment, E1 Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. E2 Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. E3 Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiators. Do we have any public comments regarding closed session items, Mario?
There are no public comments received.
Seeing that there are none, we will adjourn into closed session and return at 6:30 p.m. Thank you so much.
They just went to closed session, Panu.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
They're probably looking for me then.
There you go.
Probably.
I gotta go.
Oh, sorry, I just started a Zoom call. You can keep.
Okay.
Hi, Vice President Malik. I see that your hand is raised. Can I help you?
Hey, yeah, just giving you a heads up tonight that Doug Neff is unavailable and I will be performing his duties in lieu of.
Okay, I will let President Wong know once we get there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, phone number ending in 8684. How can I help you?
Hey, Mario. This is Daniel, CSEA.
Hey, Daniel, I'll go ahead and make a note that you're here.
Okay, thank you.
So everybody back.
Waiting on Clerk Venegas. Oh, there he is.
All right. We are reconvening an open session at 6:44 p.m. Thank you for waiting. I'm going to move on to the Pledge of Allegiance and then roll call. And while we are here, can I invite Rahale to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance
To
to
the
the flag
Of
of
the
the
The United States of America,
America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Rahale.
Thank you, Jackie.
Always so much pressure, like who's going to do this? And so I appreciate that. So I'm gonna move on to roll call in open session at 6:45 p.m. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez,
Present.
Clerk Venegas,
Present.
Trustee Pizzati,
Present.
and I too am present. I am going to take announcements of action taken in closed session. E1 Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, information received and direction provided. E2 Government Code Section 54957.6, Government Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management, information received and direction provided. E3 Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiations, information received and direction provided. I am going to, before we move on to the approval of the agenda, I'd like to take a point of privilege and do something that an educator actually reminded me that we should be doing, and I would like to do a land acknowledgement. So before we begin the rest of the agenda, I want to acknowledge that we gather here as a WSD school board on traditional land of the Patwin, Nisenan, Miwok, and Wintun peoples, past and present, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit as well. Thank you. With that, I would like to move on to approval of the agenda. Do we have any amendments to the agenda? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve and then a second.
I move.
Okay, Clerk Venegas moves, and this is a vote, a roll call vote. Trustee Pizzati? We'll move on. Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
I vote aye, and I'm going to go back to Trustee Pizzati. We will not record that vote. We have 3 votes, and the agenda is approved. Moving on to item J1, report Washington Middle College High School. Welcome, Principal Sean O'Neill.
Good evening, President Wong, board members, Superintendent Hildreth, cabinet, community members. As you guys know, we are kind of doing a tweaked celebration where we'll do the celebration, but you'll also get some data from me as well. Mario, there's a slideshow that goes with this. Or I could do an interpretive dance, I think. Maybe we'll do that.
I'd be up for an interpretive dance, Sean.
Enrollment numbers.
I love
by
the
Sean
arts.
O'Neill.
Please do.
There we go. Thank you, Mario.
bear with me one moment. I noticed that you have a video embedded, so I want to make sure that
That's okay. That's optional. Depends on how talky I am today.
there it is. All right, we are good to go.
All right. So as you know, the charter requires that we report out to the Board of Trustees every year on student progress, performance at meeting the goals of the charter, parent involvement, staff information, any changes in health and safety policies, admissions updates, the number of enrollment and students expelled or suspended, and then the racial and ethnic balance of the population and any other information. So to start off, I want to sort of introduce virtually our advisory council. Not much has changed from last year, except that we have had some struggles in the Sac City College West Sac Center Dean area, as most businesses are bouncing around with employment. We've gone through the original dean and then an interim dean, and then the interim dean was back, or the original dean was back, and now we're back to a different interim dean through the rest of the school year. And it's my understanding they're hiring a new dean for next school year. So we have not met as an advisory council because we haven't had a dean for more than 2 months in a row, but we are looking forward to maybe doing that with this current interim dean this semester. This is the most important slide that I'm going to show you tonight. With this staff, we've been able to make some incredible progress even during the pandemic. And I'm happy to say that with the return of our English teacher, Patty Zerilgan, this is the end of the second week with our full staff intact, I believe, since we've opened the school. So it's exciting for me to be able to begin during year 5. Enrollment is looking pretty good. This year we have 175 students. That is lower than we had projected. Over the summer we had a wait list, so that was over 70 students signed up. But we believe because of COVID and the need for familiarity and regular school, we lost a good 20-25 students before we even started school last year. Most of them had either moved out of town because of virtual learning the year before, or had decided to go to the comprehensive high school. And those numbers are mostly reflected there in the current 9th grade class of 46. I believe we started with about 57. And during the January change, we lose some students and we pick up some students from River City. This is the current makeup of those students. I'll let you look at that for a second, and then we'll go to a comparison of those totals with Washington Unified. Go ahead to the next slide, please. There you go. So fairly similar. Remember, you're looking at 176 students, so a percentage point is not as significant as it would be for the entire district. Next slide, please. This is the estimate for next year. You'll note that this includes 70 students coming into 9th grade. We have 72 students currently signed up for next year. At this time last year, we had 41. So I am anticipating the possibility of a lottery in March. I am also anticipating that we will fill those 70 spots, considering how many people have signed up. If you move to next slide, you'll see where those students are coming from. These are, again, the incoming 9th grade potential students for next year. And you'll note that the out-of-district number is lower than it has been in the past few years. So I'm anticipating that that goes up as we get a little later into the school year. But that'll show you kind of where we've been. We have recruited at all of the elementaries except for one. Both, we've done some virtually and some in person. That has been going on since mid-October. Next slide. So these are our goals and strategies. They have not changed from last year. They are to improve student achievement, foster relationships with all stakeholders, and ensure each student's full engagement and success, not only in high school, but college and moving into careers and life. Next slide. On the student achievement front, and we'll get a little bit more about academics in a bit, but I wanted to give you some data from first semester. We have 38% of our entire student body was below a 2.0 for fall semester. Now that sounds like a lot, but again, remember, we're talking about 178 students. Last year at this time, we had 42% below. So we are improving despite the struggles of COVID and pandemics and kids being out now for 2 weeks, 3 weeks at a time. And then overall GPA, so that's for a 9th grader, that would be just the first semester. For a 12th grader, it would be 3 years and a semester. We have 23% of our students below a 2.0 total GPA. Last year at this time, it was 25%. So small gains there, but we've got some innovative interventions that we are putting into place this semester that I'm really excited about. On the positive side, you'll notice that last year we used some of our emergency funds to fill our counselor's position to full time. We had that written into the LCFF, into our LCAP, and that position has been increased to a full-time FTE. One of the obvious positives of that is the support that we can provide our students, especially with the college courses. And the first semester 9th grade college course grades, so this is their first 8-week course that they take in August, we had 0 F grades and 2 D grades. Now this is part of this is I'm sure the professor himself allowing for COVID differences and things like that. However, this was not the case last year. As you remember, we had a significant number of Fs and withdrawals. The second 8-week course was even better. We only had 1 student withdrawal and 5 students below a C, which is considered passing. A D or F is considered not passing at Sacramento City College. 2 of the interventions that we're putting in place to improve those semester grades are the English 9th and 10th fall extension class and a math pathway program that I'll show you a little bit on the next slide. So the English extension course, we have had a substitute English teacher for grades 9 and 10 for the last 18 months of school. So last semester, it was essentially, I think we went through 3 substitutes and they were using the Edgenuity curriculum. Most of the reason that students weren't successful is they just didn't do the work. So what we're implementing starting probably mid next week is a scheduled work period. So we're going to schedule them into a class where they're going to continue to work on Edgenuity from last semester with additional supports as needed. And then as students reach the passing C level, they'll be able to drop the class and take the C or continue to work through the rest of the semester. The most interesting piece is our math pathway program. If you remember last year, we instituted several, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the word, incompletes instead of F grades for students who would have received an F for first semester math. We're trying to promote continuing to attack these challenges, and we tell the kids that failure is how we learn, right? So one of those pieces, if a student has not mastered the basic tools in, let's say, semester 1 of Math 1, never mind what they haven't mastered from before they get to high school, they're going to struggle significantly in the second semester. And then really in Math 2 without those pieces from semester 1. So this pathway program, we took the students that had struggled in Math 1 semester 1 and Math 2 semester 1, and we kept them in the curriculum for that semester. It's basically they're working on bare bones semester 1 standards. They're going to master those skills so that they can then be successful in semester 2 and beyond. And the goal again there is C-level competency. This is a step before they have to retake a class maybe in summer school or retake the class next year. So it's a mid-year intervention that is possible because we do the course over the whole year. And we felt we needed to do something immediately. And this was the thing that came to mind. So we'll see how that looks at the end of the year, but we're fairly excited about it. The kids are starting to wake up and realize, oh, wait, if I spend some time working on this stuff, you'll help me get there. And that's really the point. Next slide, please. Our second goal is to foster relationships with all stakeholders. I mentioned the difficulties with the advisory committee meeting. We still have the same goal, and that's to create an action plan for the advisory committee. I still feel like of all the pieces of this charter that this is the sort of still in its infancy. And once we can nail down the dean, we will be able to continue to have that be a group that helps us make some innovative decisions instead of just a group that I go to and inform them of kind of what we're doing on site. Next slide. Ensuring each student's full engagement and success, we've been focusing on our seminar period, which is every Friday for 90 minutes. It's called for in the charter. And last year was really the first year that we implemented it, and it was virtual. So we had a whole Canvas units set up, and I felt that was pretty successful for that medium. But this was our first year having the students in person, and it doesn't translate exactly effectively. We're using some of those tools if you switch to the next slide. But what we're really doing is we're building the plan. And you can see here is our seminar plan. Each slide is a month, and we've got each week what each grade level is doing. And as we go, we're running, like any other teacher, creating curriculum as they're flying the plane, to mix my metaphors. We are about a week ahead of the students and taking note and reflecting on what worked, what didn't, and what we should change for next year. So I feel like, again, that's another piece that's still a couple of years from being set, but it's much farther than it was 2 years ago. Next slide. This is exciting because I finally get to show some public data from our high stakes testing. Go ahead and hit the next slide. So as you know, we've had grades that were too small, that the data couldn't be published because you could identify students based on their performance. So this is our first public data for CAST last year. This was 40 students that are now 12th graders. And you can see, so thinking about 40 students, again, percentage points, one student is 2.5 percentage points. So I envision over time, our scores are going to fluctuate dramatically as we have one or two students do well or not do well. And it's really been a lesson for me about how individual success can affect what a program looks like. So think of that in terms of when you're looking at these numbers. ELA skyrocketed, 75% of the students met or exceeded the standard. What I'm really excited about is if you include the students who nearly met the standard, we really were nailing it in English for a few years. That is expected to dramatically drop because, again, the last year and a half, we've had substitute teachers in English for 9th and 10th grade. However, we'll see. We're working with the kids this year, and Patty's been back for a couple of weeks. So we will hopefully not see too dramatic a drop, but I think that's going to go down. Math is in the opposite position. We're at 25%. Again, something that's positive is how many students nearly met the standard. That would be about 50% if those students, if we can push them over the line, right? However, those students had gone through a tumultuous couple of years of math, and now we've had Mr. C and the change to standards-based assessment and competency-based grading. And so I'm feeling like math is going to inch forward over time. We'll move forward to just see what that looks like. In the center is the state of California, and on the right-hand side is Washington Unified, and that's for English language arts. And then the next slide is for mathematics. All right, next slide. We're still working with the change to standards-based assessment, and we're not really reading grading for equity so much as using it as a tool this year. When we talked at the beginning of the year, what textbook are we going to study? Most of the teachers, this is a multi-year process. It's very difficult, and each teacher is in various stages of it. So we wanted to kind of focus and not muddy the waters. Next slide. The classes that have moved to some form of standards-based assessment are math, of course. He was kind of our pioneer. Science is now using it, both biology and chemistry, and English 9 and 10 she is also using that. Moving on to the seniors celebrations. We'll go one more. It's a little early. We did this presentation in May last year, so I was able to report out on many more college acceptances. But this is where we've gotten accepted to so far, and we're very excited. They've also planned a sweetheart dance that used to be a winter dance that I think was even a dance earlier than that, but it's been moved because of COVID, and we're hoping that we can hit February 11th. We'll see how that goes. It's going to be outside in front. They've got some really cool plans to spice up the little patio out in front of Bright. So if you want to drive by, you're more than welcome to. But and then I have here, if it'll work, this is a student created. We have a senior who is accepted to the name of it's on there. Columbia College Hollywood, which is a film school, and her creation and innovation lab project was kind of a promotional video for the school. And so I wanted to show you, it's not completely finished, and I think, Mario, you should stop when it gets to me talking, because that's what we don't need more of. But I wanted to play a little bit of it so that you guys could see some student work.
The school offers college classes, and it's not like your ordinary public high school. There's no sports or rallies or anything like that.
College classes, you can kind of knock out like 2 years of college if you really like put your mind to it.
It's a small community. Not a lot of people go here. The teachers are really nice. They're very welcoming. Small community. It's really nice to get to know everyone.
Oh, that looks like it started over.
The
That's a
school
perfect place to
offers
stop.
college classes, and
So there you go. Go ahead and go to the next slide. That's all I have for the official report. If you guys have any questions, I'm more than welcome to field them for you.
Well, thank you. That was pretty amazing. Looks like Trustee Pizzotti is back. Really impressed with the results of our charter. Go ahead, Trustee Pizzotti. You had a comment or a question?
Yeah, just a quick comment. It was nice to see that we have somebody going to our newest Cal Poly school, Cal Poly Humboldt. And it was very impressive to see just how many students are excelling in ELA. That was really 75%. It's a very impressive number and something to be proud of. You know, certainly mathematics needs to increase, but I mean, 75% in ELA just kind of floored me when I first saw that. So just want to give kudos to you and your team, and hopefully you'll have a new partner at West Sac City campus soon enough.
All right. Any other comments or questions from the board? If not, I can move on to student and association reports. Go ahead, Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I have a brief question. I appreciated the report and all of the data. My question is are the classes currently virtual through Sac City? And I might have missed it if you'd already said that. Are all of them? Are the majority? What does that look like for our students?
So I would say the majority are. They started the semester and had planned to have some in person and some online, but then the entire district, I believe, went to virtual through the 31st, I'm going to say. So even the face-to-face classes are virtual through the 31st, but most of our students are still taking virtual classes. The difference between this semester and last semester is more of them are synchronous. And so we are back to having to deal with schedules and you're meeting at this time, even though it's virtual.
Okay. I imagine that just being an added barrier or challenge for them. And I'm sure they're all looking forward to being back in person fully.
It is. It's interesting too, because, you know, children, right? It's their world. It's just how it is. And so they're adapting slowly. It's easier for us to support them because we're there next to them sometimes. But it's definitely not the experience that we want them to have traveling to the college.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I appreciate the support you're giving with additional classes. And it was good to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? If not, I'm going to thank you, Principal O'Neill. Interpretive dance next time is my request.
Thank you. All right, I'll put
Since
it
you
down.
offered. So, all right, moving on to K, Student and Association reports. I'm going to invite Kaden Kohama King from Yolo High School to present. Is Kaden on?
Present.
Hi. Oh, Washington Unit says, okay, Kaden. You have the floor.
1 minute, I'm gonna pull it up on my side.
No worries. Take your time. While you're pulling it up, you're welcome. I can make note that you're welcome to stay for the entirety of the board if you so choose to provide comments.
All right, sounds good. All right. And I am ready.
Oh, go for it.
Hi, Caden. And the first school is going to be Bridgeway Island Elementary. Primary grade students celebrated the 100th day of school this week. Friday is Superhero Day at BWI. Costumes, kindness, positivity, and teamwork are encouraged. Elkhorn Village. Students at Elkhorn Village are making a difference by participating in various activities during Kindness Week. We are proud of our students for making this pledge. We are looking forward to hosting our next Coffee with the Principal tomorrow morning. This event will be virtual and it will be great to hear from our families. Stonegate Elementary. TK and Kinders enjoyed celebrating the 100th day of school. Our 8th graders have been studying Anne Frank and the Holocaust in their English class. Students analyzed 6 poems that were written in the Terezin concentration camp and choose 1 to analysis on. They then created a butterfly. The collection of poems came from I Never Saw Another Butterfly to represent the poem of their choosing. Southport. Our kinder teachers love celebrating the 100 days of school. Gold was discovered in California on January 24th, 1848. What better way to celebrate than to explore the outfits of the men and women during that time? American Heart Challenge is off and running at Southport. Westmore Oaks Elementary. Kindergartners and first graders celebrated 100 days of school. Through researching and writing about current scientific leaders, such as Dr. April Hodori, our middle school scholars reflect and recognize how significantly underrepresented minority groups are represented in the STEM-related fields. Westfield Elementary. Our assistant principal, Mr. G, having fun in Miss Burkholder's STEM class. Lots of great MOK discussions and activities in Miss Jonk's class. Opportunity Academy. Our students are crushing it in their classes, building positive classroom culture and doing great with our mentors from Green Light. Get outside. Washington Adult School. Our Adult Pathways Para Education Preparation Program has begun. Thank you, Miss Leibrock, for teaching this engaging class, and to WSD Human Resources for your support. We have one more high school diploma graduate since our last board meeting. Congratulations to you. Thank you to Mr. Conklin and Miss Douglas for all your work in helping our students achieve diplomas. Yellow High School. We have submitted our self-study report and finding for our WASC accreditation and are looking forward to hosting the WASC Visiting Committee February 27th through March 3rd. Thank you to our students, staff, and community for all your hard work on this. Our basketball team is starting practice next week and is competing in the Alternative High School League weekly starting on Friday. Thank you to Mr. Mojis and Dr. Burns for your support, and thank you to our coaches, Coach Eli and/or Ellie, and Coach George. As our roof construction winds down and finishes, we are excited to be opening up a rec center on campus as a space for students to use before school and after school. River City High School. Raiders are on the rise. Here are just a few of our many students who have been recognized for being respectful, inclusive, safe, and engaged.
Thank you, Kaden. Very much appreciate that. And hopefully you'll stay to listen and provide comments if you so choose. I'd like to welcome Daniel Gandara for K2 CSEA report. Daniel?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Wong, Board of Trustees. I hope you're all doing well. Transparency matters, and I think we can agree that now more than ever, we need to be open and honest. CSA has started negotiations with the district. We have and will continue to demand fair treatment and adequate pay increase. Classified members in this district have been working more hours and have more on their workload than ever before. Now is the time that the district must recognize those who truly deserve the recognition. Those whom without there are no food, no home visits, no symptom checks in the office, no answering the phones or front doors of the schools, and no one dedicated to daily sanitization and to the health and well-being of all students. With that being said, CSEA is also publicly requesting that we be paid for the bilingual services that so many of us provide freely because it's necessary to communicate with our diverse community. It is not fair or right to have classified members have to timesheet every single hour that they speak another language to support a student, a parent or guardian, or a community member. Imagine the extra burden that the district has been placing on the employees and business services, site administration, also with many extra timesheets that have to be processed. The district is literally making it so cumbersome to recoup pay, and we have the problem of practice is fixed sooner rather than later. Washington, my school district and classified want to be unified in the understanding that we serve many different cultures and languages. Let's start advertising the pay and paying our employees, ensuring that those we serve are able to understand our message, communication, and vision. Lastly, on the topic of transparency, please communicate to your classified employees, especially those in the classroom, that contact tracing has changed and COVID results are not mandated anymore. Parents are only being asked now to report a positive result. There are no requirements for students to test if exposed in the classroom. This is a big change that the district leaders have not communicated. And with the new OSHA guidelines that the district sent out the other day, there needs to be a communication to, I represent classified, but all employees, on the employees who meet the criteria, how they will be paid exclusion pay at their regular rate of pay, and how the district would like this timesheeted. I think that information needs to be sent out to all staff So we are all on the same communication. With that, you guys have a good evening, and thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. We are going to move on to K3 WSTA report. Vice President Colin Malik. Welcome to the dais, the virtual dais.
Good evening, President Wong. Do you have me?
I do.
All right, thank you. Good evening, President Wong, Dr. Hildreth, members of the cabinet, as well as board and trustees. I have President Knapp would normally be delivering this report and update for you. He is away on official business tonight, so I am filling in my capacities tonight. So thank you for the opportunity as well. I have about 4 items for you tonight that I'd like to discuss and share with the cabinet. First off, number 1, access. To quote, cabinet access is frustrating. We can acknowledge that there has been subbing, and we recognize the need for additional teachers within the classroom and also additional support staff. However, access to cabinet and cabinet related issues from WSTA's position has been more than frustrating. And while we acknowledge and thank the cabinet for stepping out and doing what is pretty much required and what we need to be doing in this crisis time, that does not negate the need of still having and acknowledging the needs of labor organizations. There are still issues requiring meetings. Delaying such meetings and postponing serious or contractual issues that relate to labor organizations is not an option. As noble and as helpful as it is that WUSD district workers are moving into classroom positions because of the increased sub shortage and issues with classroom deficiencies with teachers, we do still have meetings that need to be happening with the cabinet. Delaying, again, is not an option. I'd like to remind both the board and the cabinet, as well as Superintendent Hildreth, that backing and creating up of more work builds on the backs of teachers and stakeholders who are already tasked in their job supremely at this point. Creating and backing up more work adds to another calendar decision. It adds to increased stress and mindset of teachers or those who are in leadership who are trying to solve and communicate problems with the district, thus exacerbating the situation. Why am I telling you so much on access? Because it undermines the mission statement of trust. And it is harder and harder, President Wong and cabinet, to continually try to trust. And I've been in this district for over 10 years now, when we pay lip service to the things that we say we are needing for our students, and we are still continuing to push back and push back. Lip service only pays so much. Please, I implore the district to create better avenues and foster a collegial relationship when it comes to access. My second point tonight deals with COVID clinic. Testing time and lunch issues are still prevalent in and around the district. And while there has been some improved situations with the COVID clinic, there are more concerns than there are alleviations from the last board meeting. Some teachers are still reporting to myself and President Knapp that they're taking or receiving tests over a week. And I do recognize that the COVID parameters have changed again, but nevertheless, 4 to 5 to 6 days after a test is already past the window of the 5-day quarantine. I have had teachers at River City specifically, I can't speak for the K-8 site, so I will use River City as my example, where test results have either never come back or have taken up to 7 to 8 days, sometimes after several PCR or RST tests, whatever the latest acronym is, have already confirmed or denied the existence of COVID. This system simply has to be better. I, in fact, went over to Healthy Davis together and was able to get tested and got results within less than 24 hours. So there are systems available, and COVID Clinic should and could be doing better. While COVID Clinic has improved, it is sporadic and good, but overall the quality is low. One of the major concerns at the flagship marquee, the high school, is the concern with lunchtime conflicts. It's a direct conflict of interest and makes it harder for students, staff, and people who need to get tested when the lunch periods overlap. Now, one of the issues at the high school is the dual lunchtime. There is a window in between early and late lunch that you probably are all well aware of, when COVID Clinic could potentially take a lunch. Teachers had brought to me the concern that COVID Clinic was basically going on lunch at the same time when we are trying to get our students and our populations tested at the marquee, AKA the high school. I know that band teacher had mentioned almost an hour wait with their trying to get their students all tested, and with them using their mouths obviously on musical instruments. That's a population that really needs to be kind of moved to the front and taken extreme consideration. So the lunchtime conflict presents a problem that I think could be easily addressed if the communication with COVID Clinic is clear and concise as to what our needs are. And with that, I have nothing more for COVID Clinic. My third point tonight is I would like to bring up on behalf of the union, the January 17th, 2022 decision tree that was disseminated from Yolo County Office of Health. While there are two mechanisms for schools to quarantine procedure, and while these new procedures are being implemented and evaluated by both teacher, staff, and the community, no comm and no communication with stakeholders in any way went forth. However, WSTA does recognize that it is WUSD's authority to make such a decision. However, it would benefit all, and in the nature of good faith and trust, and also open and clear communication, at least make your labor bodies aware, give us a heads up, consider collaboration. Further better of implementation might be absolved if you at least reach out to us. Simply choosing and deciding on something without any of the pitfalls being evaluated, assessed from a teacher's perspective, and as there's one teacher on this board, knows exactly what that is like when we're dealing with the implementation of new policy. We can spot pitfalls sometimes better than people who maybe have the 10,000 view look. And while I appreciate the district choosing and picking procedures which keep students safe as well as staff and community members, consider collaboration helps build better trust and communication with your labor bodies and with your labor organizations. I've talked a lot about some of the concerns over COVID and also some of the concerns with some of the other issues within the district that have taken place, such as access and COVID Clinic. I would, however, like to highlight student successes. At River City, we had just finished taking the Mending Matters survey, and it was shocking and, well, not really shocking, but very exciting to see that most students are quite intent on sharing their passions, their personalities, their talent, skills, and their personality identities that they value, were their humor and their values. That's a big deal coming off of COVID, and I think it needs to be recognized how amazing our students have been throughout the past, coming up on 2 years almost. We are less than 60 days away from 2 years. One of the strategies as a teacher I always try to utilize is student strengths, and student successes at River City, at least when they've taken the survey, really are indicative of what kind of students we have here in this wonderful district. 51 to 59% of students had identified their strengths as being kind, loyal, and genuine and honest, as well as respectful. And those are traits that you might not necessarily always, attribute with high schoolers or teenagers, but that takes real self-reflection to identify with those things. I think it speaks a lot to our students and our student population. And it's a good thing to go forward. And that last one, respectful, I want to return to. And that is the idea that the RISE program at River City High School, combined with PBIS systems that have been in place, are showing tangible results. Students are getting the opportunity to scan QR codes, to receive prizes, swag giveaways, t-shirts, hoodies, River City things for presenting and keeping up the attitude of being a Raider on the rise. I'd also like to mention some of our student successes when it comes to MTSS just at the high school. I don't have all of the numbers, but there was a significant downturn in tier 2 and tier 3 students. That means they've been reclassified after they have received some of that MTSS help, and declining numbers with MTSS for students requiring additional services is a good thing. So the things that are working for our students are working. It's been a pleasure recently to be on part of the PBIS team with Principal Billingsley. I know she has a vision going forward of working on and completing our mission statement at River City High School. It's something that has been, keeps getting backburnered because she's really good at putting up the daily fires and things that just happen at a high school day in and day out. And with those student successes, I would like to remind the community about where we've come from and where we are now. In over 2 years since COVID has hit, we've transitioned from completely virtual to trying to meet with our students to modified virtual to fully coming back in classrooms. And now we're back on campus, masked up and going through instruction and going through our daily routines. And although I don't see it every day in my classroom because I've been out sick with COVID, I can tell when students are smiling because the eyes squint and you can see the emotion and the happiness in the face. Not every class is amazing when kids are in school, but they are definitely happy to be back on campus, and our students are thriving. And I think it needs to be acknowledged by our community as well, how wonderful and amazing our students are when we look back and historically reflect on where we've been. I would like to add 2 more points before I conclude, and thank you for your time tonight. On interventions, and I'm hearing Principal O'Neill's discussion, and I'm sure later Mr. Moisich and others will be talking about things that we can help improve the lives and quality of our students' education. I would like to remind the board and Dr. Hildreth that quality first instruction and lower class sizes is typically the #1 thing that helps improve students' learning and retention of information. And it is just a good way to think about it when we're talking about students' learning environment. They are the teachers' work environments. Finally, tonight, I would like to give a quick shout out to Jay Burns, whose proactivity immediately on my public comments last week reached out and began the facilitation and the implementation of work orders associated with improving the speakers and also the PA sound system at River City High School, our marquee site. Jay Burns came with questions and things to improve and how can we move forward and get on that. And his proactivity has been helpful in moving this forward. With Jay kind of taking the helm on this, I have no doubt that come the fall of 2022, when I get up there and announce Friday Night Lights, which is one of my favorite things to do, that there will be a new sound system in place, and I look forward to that. With that, I thank the board as well as President Wong and Dr. Hildreth for your time. If you have any questions for me, I will take them at this time. But other than that, thank you, board, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Vice President Malik. Yeah, I'm glad that the speaker system is working. We do listen, even though we can't respond in this forum. So thank you all for actually joining us today, and actually for your continued communication and feedback. We know staff are listening and try to be as responsive as quickly as possible. So that is really, really great to hear. I actually want to just really appreciate CSEA and WSA for reaching out to have deeper dialogue with myself and Dr. Hildreth intentionally, so that we can improve upon our trust and our communication, because communication is the core of building trust. So I appreciate that and hear it, and we receive it. this type of dialogue is, as we all know, unfortunately not afforded in this type of board meeting venue. I also wanted to share something that happened to me early today by a comment made by our California Surgeon General, Dr. Burke Harris, at a public meeting that I actually had to staff. With all that's happening with us and with so many people who have been impacted, not just physically with COVID, but also emotionally, just this crazy endemic. She acknowledged the power of our resilience in the face of these just extraordinary times. I want to carry that with me tonight and always as we move forward together in what continues to be really unpredictable and uncertain times with multiple shifts in protocols, challenges, and I will admit failures in implementation. And I also want to acknowledge the growth and opportunity that is before us. I'm actually also very grateful for the commitment of everyone to seek out solutions to help us meet the needs of all of our students. And I'm excited about the work of the district in the development of a new strategic plan amidst all of this chaos around us, and the dedication of our team to envision and a truly equitable education for all of our students by unpacking the data from 50% of our student population. And actually sitting with the uncomfortability that not all of our students are having a positive experience, and specifically that our students of color, our LGBTQIA+, and our females are having very different and quite frankly, more negative experiences than our average respondents. I know that we all care about ensuring the best possible outcomes for all of our students, and I remain hopeful that we can keep students at the center of our plans now and for the future. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Hildreth for her superintendent comments. Dr. Hildreth?
Thank you, President Wong, and good evening, excuse me, good evening, everyone. I just want to start with, I think, following what we've heard with Mr. Malik and President Gandara, and just about the work that everyone is doing. And so I want to extend my gratitude to all of our tireless employees, our CSEA, our classified, our WSTA, our administrators who are working constantly to do what needs to be done, whether that is for the health and safety or teaching and learning, our students, our families, and also to our district office staff. I just want to say thank you, because a lot of times, because district office staff is not at school sites, there may be a thought that the work is not happening, but it is. And in spite of all of the challenges that we've had in the last 3 to 4 weeks with staff shortages and people and their families being impacted, that has happened at the district office as well. So I want to thank all district staff for what you do behind the scenes to support our students and our staff and our families. Because as President Wong said, we've endured so much, and I continue to remain hopeful that we will strengthen our collective resolve as we move forward together. And that really, I think after the first few weeks of this month, I knew I needed to really have a reset of why are we doing this work? Because it is hard and it is a challenge. And so I went out last week with Assistant Superintendent Moisage, and I got into schools and I got into classrooms, and I was able to see students who were doing the work and our teachers who were doing the work and having good instructional conversations. I visited a PE class and they were dancing. I saw kindergarten and they were, in small groups. And so that just reminded me that in spite of all that we're dealing with as a community, there is still teaching and learning and instruction happening. And we still have our students who, when there is that need, they know that we have outreach specialists and counselors who are able to assist. So I'm looking forward to continuing to get out and visit classrooms and again, helping me to be able to talk about the best of what we do, even in this crisis.
Okay, it seems like Dr. Hildreth's internet is a little bit spotty. I will wait for a few minutes. Okay. If not, oh, you're back. Your
Am I
internet
back?
went out for a few
Yes.
seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, it's telling me my internet connection is unstable, which means speed it up. So just want to also thank our community who has been involved in strategic planning, because as President Wong said, it's so easy to veer off course, but we have to stay committed to what is it that we're trying to do for our students. And a plan for the future is how we're going to decide what that looks like. And so we've had many, many conversations this month. We've also invited our community partners who joined us to review data from our students. We've had over 3,000 of our students who responded to a survey, and just really being able to look at what they're telling us through their responses has been eye-opening and giving us such great direction on where to go. And so I invite anyone who's interested in knowing more about what we've learned, what we're looking at. We're having a strategic planning community forum open to anyone who's interested on Monday, February 7th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. We sent out an announcement about it this week, and we'll send out another closer to the actual date. So thank you all. As we talk about what a wonderful district we have, we want to remind families about open enrollment, that you can enroll in our schools for UTK, for kindergarten, preschool. That information is available now and on our website. Our team will be hosting an in-person registration support day, and we are really looking forward to bringing new families into the district. For any parents, community members who are interested, we do have some upcoming vaccine clinics working with UC Davis Health. That's on Saturday the 5th and Thursday the 10th at the district office and then at Elkhorn. For our parents, we have a free parent workshop on parenting with positive discipline. That's a 5-week series starting on February 2nd and going throughout the month every Wednesday from 5:30 to 8. And then lastly, we want to be sure that all of our families are aware of the options for our free at-home COVID test kits that are available through the United States Postal Service. Again, we have many opportunities for parents to get the information about vaccines, testing, home kits on our website. So hope that you are getting all the information that you need. If there's something you think we should highlight, please reach out, and just ending as always with gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Hildreth. I will move on to item M, public comments. I see that there were no public comments in the Google Doc, but I do see a hand raised. So I'm going to go ahead and begin to read the disclaimer, Mario, as you prepare to have this individual come up. Members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda in addition to the topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although the board by law may not take action at this meeting. Under board policy, the board may limit the total time of public input on any topic to 20 minutes, unless it chooses to limit a particular item. Specifically, I will be applying this 20-minute rule, which is unlike last year. So I just wanted to be clear that that is being applied under my leadership. Individual speakers may be provided up to 3 minutes to comment on any topic unless amended. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own student and children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in an open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges and that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in the public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. So Mario, I'm going to hand it over to you. It looks like we have one hand up.
Yes, I'm going to allow permission to speak to last name. I'm sorry if I mispronounce Shukis. I've allowed you the ability to speak. You may unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. Well, I'm speaking here as a resident and a voter of the 2020 November Measure Z bond. I'm also a member of the CBOT committee. And I want to bring to your attention something that was in the ballot of the Measure Z ballot that came out to the residents to vote for. A couple of items. It states here under visual and performing arts, this measure will fund the construction and designation of a dedicated music band classroom and an art classroom at each of the K-8 campuses. The other item that's on here is under early childhood education, and it stated the purpose is to provide sufficient early childhood education program space at each campus, including K-8 and preschool. Then I'd like to have you focus, don't have it with you, but back in October of 21, the facilities master plan quick strike project cost estimates were developed and given to the board, of which membership was with parents, students, teachers, 2 board members, the CSEA member and the Sacramento Teachers Association member, and they came up with a potential funding sources per school. And one of the things, it's called a Measure Z subcommittee, it was called, stipulated that determining a list of projects, recommendations for the Board of Education to consider as part of the finalization of the Measure Z project list. Well, the Measure Z project list was finalized and decided that Elkhorn, Westfield, and the Performance Arts Center would be the only 3 areas that would encompass actually more than 150 million, $177 million. None of those things I mentioned about the K-8 campuses or things of that nature were included in that final assessment. Actually, if you look at that master plan, that quick strike project cost estimate, they go through each school and what should be taken care of. And it was voted on by all members what they felt was the key area of the schools that should be addressed. And cost estimates were developed for each one of the schools. Ironically, Elkhorn and Westfield, Elkhorn was $260,000 and Westfield was $122,000. While other schools, it seemed appropriate to fix a lot of things that totaled in the millions. It's a decision of the board where you guys go. But I think it's kind of...
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Shukis, but your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Mario. Seeing that there are no other hands raised and or comments listed on this issue area, I will move on to the next item. information and discussion items, and 1 health and safety updates. Dr. Amy Sison, Health Officer for Yolo County Health and Human Services. Dr. Hildreth, you have the honor of introducing Dr. Sison.
Yes, thank you, President Wong. We are pleased to be able to have our Yolo County Public Health Officer, Dr. Amy Sison, join us this evening. There has been a lot of questions about the Omicron surge and the guidance that has changed. And so Dr. Sison has been such a wonderful collaborator and explaining things to us and wanting to make sure that not only does the district staff know about changes and the why behind it, but she also has shared that she's available this evening to share that information with the trustees and the public as well. So Dr. Sison, welcome to Washington Unified Board meeting, and we have your presentation up, and please begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth, and thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity to give an update on COVID-19 in Yolo County, including updated guidance for schools. As Dr. Hildreth mentioned, I'm Dr. Amy Sison. I'm the health officer for Yolo County. Well, I'm going to start with an update on COVID-19 in Yolo County, and I do have, for a change, some good news to report, and that is that our case rate is now decreasing, although it remains very high. We recently set a record high case rate of 239 cases per 100,000 residents per day, which is shown on the right side of this graph in orange compared to the state average in blue. Our case rate has come down from that high of 239 to 155 cases per 100,000 residents per day. To put this in perspective, the surge last winter had a maximum case rate of 66 per 100,000 residents per day in Yolo County. So we were nearly 4 times that with the size of this current surge. So while our case rate is heading in the right direction, it does remain high. If I could have the next slide, please. According to the CDC framework, any daily case rate over 14 per 100,000 is considered high community transmission. So at 155, we're at 10 times that. So if there were a very high community transmission in the CDC's framework, we would be there right now, essentially off the charts on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. So where did all these cases come from? They're being driven by the highly infectious Omicron variant, which now accounts for 99.7% of cases in Yolo County, according to genotyping that's done at the UC Davis Genome Center. We know that Omicron is more infectious than the previous highly infectious variant, Delta. The good news is that our vaccines remain effective at preventing severe disease, including hospitalization and death with Omicron, but they are less effective in preventing Omicron infection, particularly in people who have not received a booster dose. Additional good news is that we have a monoclonal antibody therapy and 2 different oral antivirals that are effective against the Omicron variant, and that on average, the Omicron variant causes milder disease than we saw with the Delta variant. That doesn't mean, however, that we can't have a large number of people who are infected with Omicron, which is what we're currently seeing. Next slide, please. In the context of these record high case rates due to the highly infectious Omicron variants, I want to remind folks of the importance of taking additional precautions. Even as our case rates come down, they remain very high. So the importance of getting vaccinated, and for those who have already gotten vaccinated, to get a booster dose, particularly to prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death. While I mentioned that people who are boosted or fully vaccinated can still be infected with the Omicron variants, we are not seeing hospitalizations amongst people who are boosted. The second piece, and I think this is particularly relevant in schools, is the importance of upgrading masks. And I've included a graphic from the California Department of Public Health to explain sort of a hierarchy of masking, that N95s are the best, followed by KN95s or KF94s, which are tighter fitting respirators. When those aren't available, then double masking with a cloth mask, a well-fitting cloth mask over a surgical mask is also a great option. All of those are better than a surgical mask, which by itself, which is in turn better than a 2-layer cloth mask. So really want to emphasize where possible, and there are now resources coming from the state as well as the federal government to supply free, higher quality masks for the public, including students and staff, the importance of upgrading the mask from a 2-layer fabric mask to something that is more protective against this highly infectious variant. The other piece is keeping that mask on indoors. This becomes challenging at lunchtime during the school day, but encouraging eating and drinking to be done outdoors as much as possible, because removing that mask indoors when case rates are as high as they are creates additional risks. And then finally, the importance of getting tested for COVID-19, particularly if you have symptoms of COVID-19, but also for anyone who's been exposed to COVID-19 and been in close contact with somebody who's infected. Next slide, please. So shifting gears to talk about the new guidance that's come from the California Department of Public Health for COVID-19 prevention and control on K through 12 campuses. This was released in the middle of January, on January 12th. And in general, it brought the CDPH K through 12 schools guidance into alignment with the isolation and quarantine guidance for the general public. I want to make a distinction here between the terms isolation and quarantine. Isolation is a very specific term reserved for people who have been infected with COVID-19 and have tested positive. Quarantine is for individuals who have been exposed to COVID-19 but are not known to be infected. So the isolation period under the new CDPH K through 12 schools guidance can be as short as 5 days in someone who is infected with COVID-19. If their symptoms have improved after 5 days, they haven't had a fever for 24 hours, and if they have a negative test on day 5 or later. In general, that needs to be an antigen test, and they need to be able to wear a mask around others through day 10. I want to emphasize that requirement for a negative antigen test to shorten isolation from 10 days to as short as 5 no longer is a requirement if somebody is doing the full isolation period of 10 days. So if somebody comes back to school on day 11, there is not a requirement for a negative test, because studies show that the vast majority of people after 10 days with symptoms having improved are no longer infectious. So a negative test is not needed at that point. Similarly, shifting to quarantine for those who've been exposed but not tested positive, that quarantine can be as short as 5 days if the individual has no symptoms, and again, if they take a test on day 5 and that test is negative, and they need to wear a mask around others through day 10. Similarly to the isolation situation, if somebody comes back on day 10, they do not need to have a negative test. The negative test is a requirement for those who are shortening their quarantine to less than 10 days. The next major change that CDPH did as part of its K through 12 guidance that was revised on the 12th is to offer an alternate approach to contact tracing in K through 12 schools. And this approach is called group-based tracing and it is specific to students, not staff. So I'll say a little bit more about staff, but as I'm speaking through these next few slides, I want to make the statement in advance that these changes relate to student contact tracing. Staff contact tracing and exposures to staff are governed by Cal OSHA and their emergency temporary standards. And so what I'm talking about for students does not apply to staff. Individual contact tracing and notification of staff after an exposure is still a requirement under Cal OSHA emergency temporary standards. So let's go back to talking about the students and this new group-based contact tracing approach that is being offered by CDPH. Next slide, please. This is a side-by-side that was produced by the California Department of Public Health with the new option of group-based tracing on the right, compared with the current approach of individual-based tracing on the left. So the major change here is, instead of identifying individuals who have come into close contact with a case, so resource intensive in terms of the contact tracing of identifying every individual who was within 6 feet of an infected person in, let's say, a classroom for 15 minutes or more, and then notifying those individuals that they have been exposed. The group tracing approach instead looks at what indoor space was the positive student or staff person in during their infectious period, and who else was in that space. And then, regardless of their proximity, if they had an overlap in time and space in an indoor environment, then they're considered exposed. Under this group tracing model, everybody in that indoor airspace would be notified. So that could be an entire classroom, it could be an entire lunchroom, it could be an entire sports team in the gym. Everyone who is in that environment is allowed to remain on campus, regardless of their vaccination status, as long as they have no symptoms. However, they are required to be tested because they've had an exposure. So they should be tested within 3 to 5 days of that exposure. If they're negative, they can stay on campus. They can continue to participate in extracurricular activities. We're going to come back to this in just a minute, but I want to explain why this group tracing approach has been proposed and offered by the California Department of Public Health. So if we could shift to the next slide. The primary reason is we've discovered that our traditional approaches of contact tracing that worked with other variants and certainly proven effective in other infectious diseases are not effective with the Omicron variant. And it's because the Omicron variant of COVID-19 is the most infectious version of COVID-19 that we've ever seen, and because people get sicker faster. So the incubation period from when somebody is exposed to when their symptoms, when they develop symptoms, is on average 3 days. And we also know that people can become infectious towards others up to 2 days before their symptoms begin. So if we think about how this might play out in a classroom, I have a little schematic of a scenario here where there's 2 students in a classroom, student A and student B, and student A is infected with COVID-19. Student A develops symptoms on day 0, shown in this timeline, and has access to fast turnaround testing and gets a result within 1 day, let's say. If you could advance to the next slide. In that time period, student A developed their symptoms on day 0, but they're infectious up to 2 days before their symptoms began. So we go back to day -2, and they actually were indoors in a classroom with student B. Student B was exposed on day -2. By the time you realize as a school contact tracer that student A, the original student, was symptomatic and infected, student B has already been infected and actually become infectious towards others. So if you were to do contact tracing just on student A, you would find student B, but what you'd be missing is the fact that student B was already infectious and had spread disease to others. So by only tracing within 6 feet and 15 minutes, you're missing cases, and you're also moving too slow. The virus has already spread beyond the circle that you are looking in. Next slide, please. The other context in which this shift is being made in contact tracing is the recognition of the importance of keeping children in school. We talked a lot about this when I last presented to your board, but we have even more evidence now that children do best in school. It's where they learn the best. It's where they develop socially and emotionally. It is the best place for their mental health and well-being. And so we want to minimize having kids excluded from school after an exposure. And we're also recognizing that contact tracing and notifications of individuals within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more were only one of many safety layers in place in our schools. I presented last time on the Swiss cheese model, and we talked about those different slices of cheese. So by shifting the contact tracing strategy, we're maintaining several important pieces of cheese in that block of cheese, including universal indoor masking, ventilation improvements in our filtration and HVAC systems, as well as now the availability of vaccinations for everybody in our elementary schools, middle schools, junior highs, and high schools, because vaccines are now available for ages 5 and older, which is something we didn't have at the beginning of this school year. Next slide. So coming back to that group tracing model, now that I've explained a little bit more of the context, group tracing is faster, it's more effective, and it's less labor intensive. So it's really has multiple benefits. Another piece is that group tracing is really focused on indoor exposures. I talked about notifying everybody who's been in an indoor environment with somebody who is positive. So it also means that outdoor exposures no longer require notifications. It recognizes that the risk of transmission of disease is much lower in an outdoor environment. And so the focus here is on indoor exposures. I think I already quickly reviewed the way this works by notifying every student who's been in an indoor environment with a positive student, and requires them to be tested within 3 to 5 days of their exposure, but allows them to stay on campus and participate in learning as well as extracurricular activities. The downsides of this group tracing approach are that it's heavily reliant on testing. There's a requirement for students to be tested within 3 to 5 days of an exposure. And even the fact that even though this approach is faster and less labor intensive, it still may not be fast enough to keep up with Omicron, particularly during this surge. And it may also be too labor intensive, especially during a surge. So with that in mind, there's a third option that is available for Yolo County schools. If we could have the next slide. This third option is called the blanket notification approach and is shown in the right-hand column on this slide in orange. Under the YOLO blanket notification approach, instead of notifying students on a classroom by classroom basis, instead a blanket notification is made for a given period of time that all students in a school or in a district are considered exposed given the high case rates at the time. There would then be a school-wide recommendation that all students could remain in school, but would be recommended to get tested on a weekly basis. That testing would not be required. It would be recommended for all students who are participating in typical learning activities. However, any students who would be participating in activities in which they're removing their masks, which could include indoor athletes in strenuous physical exertion sports, as well as persons who are playing wind instruments in band, for example, would be required to get tested at least weekly under this blanket notification approach. Some of the advantages of this approach are that it acknowledges the current testing challenges, particularly with availability of timely testing that provides results within the turnaround time, that the turnaround time of the results is within the average incubation period of Omicron, which is 3 days. It also reduces the administrative burden compared to both the group tracing approach as well as the individual-based contact tracing approach. But one of the downsides is that not all students will be tested because testing is recommended for most students. Next slide, please. I think I've already reviewed the highlights of the blanket notification approach. So I think we'll go ahead and move to the next slide. The only piece of, before we do that, I'll just highlight again the emphasis here on keeping students in school, which is really the focus of the blanket notification approach. Kind of summarizing all of this and providing additional framing, these three options that we've just discussed, the current individual-based contact tracing, the new CDPH group tracing model, and then the third YOLO blanket notification approach. These are all separate approaches that can be adopted by schools and districts. It's important that the three be kept separately, so there's no mixing and matching between option 1 and option 2, or between option 2 and option 3. Each is a package that has to be taken together. However, a school or a district could move between option 1, individual-based tracing, group tracing, and blanket notification over time as the COVID-19 situation evolves. And similarly, a district could choose to have some schools following one approach, while other schools, potentially older, younger, different grade levels, would be following a different approach based on what would work best for the district and school in their particular situation. So that is the context in which these three options are being put forward for schools and districts to consider. And I think that's actually my last slide, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Oh wait, I think I did actually have one more slide. I'm sorry. I just wanted to quickly say that all of these changes are reflected in updated decision trees on the Yolo County website. We now have an individual-based contact tracing tree, or a tree for individual-based contact tracing. There's a separate tree for students under the group-based tracing. And then for staff, currently they would follow the non-school, non-healthcare decision tree, but we're working on a staff decision tree that's a simpler version of the non-school, non-healthcare tree. And I just have a little snapshots of the three screenshots, but those are available on the Yolo County website. And with that, I will stop and happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sison. Before we do that, we have to move on to public comment on this item. And I see one hand raised as we do not have any pre-submitted comments. Mario, would you be so kind as to invite 276-599, not sure who that is, but, and then 276-599, and then Ryan Eisberg is next.
Can we have the phone numbers just identify themselves when they come on so we know who's making the comment?
Hi, my name is Christy Van Lovensells. I'm not sure why it entered the passcode in under my name. But my question is, why would a student who has already had a case of COVID, a confirmed case of COVID, and then recovered from that and returned to school, why would that student still be required to be wearing a mask if they are no longer at risk of contracting COVID nor transmitting it to others?
Are you done with your public comment?
Yes. Is that, are you able to answer the question or address that at all during the session here?
This is a public comment period. It's not a dialogue, unfortunately, back and forth.
I hope that's something that's going to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan Eisberg, I believe you are next up in queue.
Yes, Mr. Eisberg, I've given you the ability to speak and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Dr. Sisson. For years now, we've tried to draw your attention to the growing mental health crisis in our student population. Social distancing, self-isolation, quarantines, masking requirements and lockdowns from the pandemic, and antiquated guidance of Yolo County's health officer have been primary drivers of adverse mental and behavioral health during the COVID-19 pandemic. But now, In the same way, the data overwhelmingly shows the harm school lockdowns have brought on our kids' education. The research is clear that the path we are on is creating a mental health crisis of epic proportions. There's no more turning a blind eye to the issue. In fact, the California Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, just announced a statewide program in response to the growing mental health challenges faced by students. This week, the 2 6th graders in our home received a Google survey. However, this wasn't from their teacher. It wasn't from the school. The survey was a classmate asking for someone, anyone, to be their friend. This isn't a 2nd or 3rd grader passing a note saying check yes or no, which would be understandable for that age group. It's a junior higher feeling so lonely and so cut off from their classmates that they created a survey, sending it out to people, begging for friends. That's heart-wrenching. This is no longer hyperbole. Keeping our children out of classrooms, out of sports, depriving them of social connections is wreaking devastating impacts on their lives. I'm glad that Dr. Sisson has finally come to this realization. It's something many parents in our community have been shouting from the rooftops for 2 years now. In closing, I will just say this. Broad swaths of America and the world, including most recently England, Denmark, Ireland, are all returning to normal. Meanwhile, Yolo County continues to be one of the most restrictive counties in the state of California, and it's crushing our school children. Yes, the new guidance presented tonight is an improvement, but it's not good enough. We can do better, and honestly, to stem the tide of the mental health crisis that is coming our way, we have to do better for our kids. Thank you very much for your time. Greatly appreciated.
Okay, are there any other, I do not see any other comments in the queue. So I will entertain questions from the board, and Trustee Pizzotti, you had your hand up, but I also don't know if you want Dr. Sisson to answer the first question, as I think there is a reason behind it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's reasonable. Go ahead.
Dr. Sisson, there was a question on the table as to the mask.
Yeah, I believe the specific question was why somebody who had been infected with COVID-19 in the previous 90-day period or just infected previously would be required to wear a mask. There's a few reasons for this, not the least of which is that in the state of California, in all K through 12 schools, there is a requirement for everybody, student, staff, visitor, to wear a mask indoors on a K through 12 campus. So this is not a local requirement. This is a state requirement. But the scientific reasoning beyond the legal requirement is that people can be reinfected with COVID-19. We've seen it particularly with the Omicron variant. People who were infected with Delta, for example, are absolutely able to be reinfected with the Omicron variant. And in South Africa, that was one of the earliest patterns, is that there was a large amount of people who had already been infected with Delta in their last wave who were becoming infected with Omicron, because there's so many mutations between Delta and Omicron that having immunity from infection to Delta does not necessarily protect against Omicron. So people who have been infected can still get infected again, and they can transmit COVID-19, the virus that causes COVID-19, to others. And so that's why we have a requirement for everybody to wear a mask regardless of their vaccination status, regardless of their prior infection status.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. Trustee Pizzotti, you had a question?
I have several. First, Dr. Sisson, thank you for showing up, and we really appreciate your expertise and taking the time to chat with us here tonight. I first wanted to say I've heard many stories about the difficulty of the antigen tests in detecting the Omicron variant. So I just want to hear from you, true, false, or is it somewhere in the middle?
Well, no test is perfect. We talk about false positives, false negatives with any test, and it's no different with PCR tests. We have false negatives, false positives. Similarly, with the rapid antigen tests for the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19. We know in general that the rapid antigen tests are very good at detecting somebody who's infectious. So it may not be that everybody who has symptoms is infectious immediately. That's one of the things that we're starting to see with Omicron. But we have confidence that our rapid antigen tests are able to detect people who are infectious with COVID-19. They're not perfect. Sometimes they do give false negatives, and so it's important to consider the clinical and the epidemiologic context in which a test result is obtained. So if somebody has a negative rapid antigen test, but they have loss of taste and smell, along with other very classic symptoms of COVID-19 after a recent COVID exposure, that's someone who you're probably going to want to get an additional test. If they have a negative rapid test, you would get a PCR test. So we can't blindly follow a single test result, but in general, we can expect that a rapid antigen test gives us an accurate result.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. That's very helpful. So this new notification requirement and quarantine, not quarantine, but testing protocol, if exposed, really is reliant upon then quick test results, right? So the antigen tests may not be helpful if somebody's not yet infectious, but has been in contact and has maybe some viral situation going on within their body, but they're not quite at that point. They're still being incubated. Is that correct?
It's possible that, particularly with Omicron, someone early on in their infection may be symptomatic but not yet test positive. That's typically someone who's already going to be excluded from a campus because of their symptoms, however. So it's less of a concern because nobody can come back even with a negative test until their symptoms have improved.
Okay, that's getting to another question I have in a second. And so if we are having PCR tests that are taking greater than 5 days to return, that really does hamper the situation, right?
Absolutely. A test that takes 5 days is essentially a useless test.
Thank you.
I pointed out that the incubation period of Omicron is 3 days. So really, somebody who's any test that's less or more than 3 days old is no longer reflective of the current situation.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. I guess the question then is, how long after infection can you still test positive?
So it depends on whether you're using a rapid antigen test or a PCR test. People with PCR that detects the RNA of the virus, it's a very sensitive test. It can be positive for weeks or months after somebody has an infection, even though that person is no longer infectious. With a rapid antigen test, again, they're very good at detecting people who are infectious. It detects the protein on the surface or a protein that's part of the virus, and that protein is no longer present when people don't have large amounts of virus and aren't infected and infectious anymore. So you can be confident that when somebody is no longer testing positive with an antigen test, that they're not infectious anymore. we can't say for certain without a test that somebody's no longer infectious, which is why California, instead of adopting the CDC's approach of everyone can leave isolation after 5 days if they're feeling better, regardless, without getting a test, California requires that somebody get a negative antigen test before they can go back to school or back to work after an infection. You can start testing as early as 5 days if you're feeling better. We're hearing that not that many people are actually getting a negative test on day 5. And so we can't, that's why we're requiring that test. So if somebody's still testing positive on an antigen test on day 5, they're still infectious and they can't come back to school or work. But as I noted earlier, the vast majority of people are no longer infectious by day 10. And so coming back on day 11 doesn't require a test. So I'll say most people are, infectious somewhere between 5 to 10 days.
Okay, great. Thank you. Another question, I only have 2 more. And one is, do you have any idea or have you heard anything about when the emergency authorization for vaccinations will be lifted for the children for anywhere from 5 to 16?
Yeah, so all of the vaccines for kids, it's really the Pfizer vaccine is the only one that's available for ages 5 through 17. It's the Pfizer vaccine, I should say 5 to 15. So the Pfizer vaccine has full FDA approval for those who are 16 and older, but it's still under emergency use authorization for those who are 5 to 15. So I think your question is, when do we anticipate that the FDA would extend full approval for ages less than 16? And I don't have an answer to that. I'm not aware that that's actively being discussed at this time. It takes a certain amount of time to collect additional data and then move through the FDA approval process. So my sense is that it's expected sometime in 2022, but it is not imminent.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of band, I have questions about the wind instruments. And then since, we're now moving into the winter months and we've moved band indoors, we do have covers for the wind instruments, but that still requires a hole in the mask of somebody blowing into those wind instruments. So the efficacy of that mask that they're wearing is probably less than stellar. Should there be, even for a band class, not an optional band function testing requirements?
So the requirement from the California Department of Public Health, as it relates to the playing of wind instruments, is if they're being played indoors and bell covers are not used, or the individuals participating are less than 3 feet away from each other, then testing is required of those participants on an at least weekly basis. So that's what's required by the California Department of Public Health. If we, are talking more, what is a best practice, what's the most protective practice, then I think it would be reasonable expectation that even if the students participating in band have cloth instrument or cloth bell covers as well as the modified masks, that there's still the possibility of aerosol generation and transmission, and that those individuals would be tested at least weekly. But again, that's a recommendation, not a requirement.
But it's best practices, you said. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much, Dr. Sison. We appreciate your time.
Okay. Questions from other board members? I see Vice President Kirby Gonzalez, I see you wanting to. It's okay.
I was going to see if I was going to see if Kirk Renegas wanted to go first, but I will happily jump in. I wanted to just bring up a clarification to see if I heard correctly. that if it was the blanket notification, and I'm not proposing this, but if it's the blanket notification and there is indoor sports that are unmasked or music, then it becomes a requirement if there's a COVID notification to test. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, under the blanket notification, then everyone would have been notified. And yes, there would be a requirement for individuals who are taking their masks off to participate in band or strenuous physical indoor activities, that they would be required to test at least weekly.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then my other question was regarding masks. Your visual, and actually I should say this to our staff, this is a wonderful presentation and we want our community to make sure that they can see it, and it's not currently posted to our agenda. So I'll just ask that our Washington Unified folks make sure to get it up on our agenda for everyone to have for the record. But when looking at the mask picture, it showed a cloth mask as being fair, but it said a cloth 3-layer mask. So what would you recommend for school districts to do regarding masks? Because if you have a student with a 2-layer mask, or what do you recommend for us that we can do to ensure that our kids are safe and our staff is safe when it comes to masking?
Yeah, I mean, I would put a 2-layer fabric mask one level below a 3-layer fabric mask, but it's acceptable, but we can do better. A well-fitted surgical mask or double masking with a cloth mask over a surgical mask would be better options, but even better than that would be KN95s or KF94s, or even N95s, which they don't technically come in child sizes, but they do come in smalls, which can fit some older children. There is PPE available for school districts from the state through the Yolo County Office of Education, and that includes at a minimum surgical masks. So it should be possible for double masking with a fabric mask over a surgical mask.
Thank you. And I do appreciate those additional funds too from the state, because I know many of our families, I think of my own children, I have the K94 mask for them, and it is expensive, and we don't want that to be a barrier for our families. So I appreciate that we have that access. Is there been any consideration for any type of requirement that school districts look at for saying you must have a certain level of mask, a minimum of a surgical mask? Would you recommend that, or?
I wouldn't recommend that. I know at least one large district in California has gone that route, but I think unless you have the ability to supply a higher quality mask to every student, then that's an unrealistic requirement. So I think it should continue. We put the guidance out there that face coverings are required and what higher quality face coverings consist of, and making them available. But I don't think that we should change our requirements for students.
Okay, thank you. And then 2 more. One would be, we had talked last time, I believe you were here, things were looking pretty good. I think it was back in November. And we were talking about outdoor mask requirements and when your recommendation was to lift those. Do you stand by those numbers? I don't remember what it was at the time, but where we want to aim to so that we can first phase out our outdoor masking?
Yeah, I think what we talked about before was along the lines of CDC guidance, which says when case rates are high, that outdoor masking is recommended when people can't stay 6 feet apart or in crowded settings, particularly for unvaccinated individuals. So I think right now with high case rates, there's a reason for students and staff to continue to wear masks outdoors. However, we also know that transmission is less likely outdoors, and that's why we're focusing in our group tracing model on indoor exposures, but that doesn't mean that the risk is zero outdoors. And so that's why when masks can be worn, particularly in crowds or when people aren't able to maintain distance, so we would still recommend outdoor masking. So I think that the short answer is I would recommend outdoor masking for everyone when case rates are high as they are now. But I think when we drop below 14 cases per 100,000 residents per day, that would be a good time to consider removing the requirement for outdoor masking, because we know that the risk is lower outdoors.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, because I know we want to get our kids onto field trips and we miss all those times, and we do have some field trips that will be coming up on this agenda as well. Do you have any recommendations or reasons why a district, if we're masking on the bus and going somewhere that's following COVID guidelines, anything that we should look for to be hesitant about going on field trips, or is there any reason why we couldn't move forward with them?
No, I think if the K through 12 guidance is being followed on the CDPH guidance is being followed on the field trip, including universal indoor masking on buses are considered indoors and at the destination, then field trips would be appropriate. I think one thing that needs to be kept in mind is some of these overnight camps, science camps, that is something that's come up with another district recently. I know I haven't had this conversation with Washington Unified. There is boarding school guidance that is included in the CDPH K through 12 guidance, and that is, I believe, relevant for these overnight camps because masks can't be worn when people are sleeping, and so that's an unmasked indoor exposure. The boarding school guidance, as applied to a camp, would treat individuals who are staying in the same indoor space, sleeping together, let's say in a cabin at an outdoor but indoor sleeping overnight camp, would treat them as members of a household, so they wouldn't have to mask while sleeping. I do think that if that approach is taken, it would be important for everyone who's participating in that camp or overnight field trip to be tested before the camp, because they treat it more like a band or a sports situation. If you're taking your mask off, then you need to have tested negative before participating in that activity. So that would be an additional recommendation for safety for overnight field trips.
Okay, thank you. That is one of the ones we're discussing is Sly Park, which is run through Sacramento County Office of Ed. So at least we do know that they have one more layer of oversight given who's their agency. So thank you. I appreciate it. And I have no other questions.
Clerk Venegas, do you have any questions? None. I don't have any questions, but just want to thank you, Dr. Sison, for your very thorough presentation, and really just we've learned so much as others, as you have noted, actually the first time we had a conversation, the mental health needs of our children, as we know that the U.S. Surgeon General has called that for children's and youth mental health crisis that we have never seen before. So really appreciate the efforts to keep our students in school as much as possible. With that said, thank you again for your time, and we will see you next time, because this may or may not be the last time we see you, but appreciate you.
All right, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item number N2, 2021-2022 COVID-19 update. Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Kamaljeet Panu.
Good evening, President Wong, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth. Today, we're here to provide an update on our COVID-19 updates for our school district. Our presentation objectives are basically to review the district and Yolo County dashboard and some adjustments that we've made. to our district dashboard based on feedback that we have been gathering, and additionally provide an opportunity for our partners at the COVID clinic to give their testing program updates from the last board meeting. Do you believe the next couple of slides, my colleague Yorgos Fazanis is going to lead us through?
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, trustees, President Wong, and everyone listening in tonight. So this first slide, again, is just a snapshot of the Yolo County dashboard. Just as our last presentation at the last board meeting, we wanted to highlight the case rate currently at 206.3 per 100,000. Again, I'm not going to really dive into any more details on this because we had a pretty detailed presentation from Dr. Sisson, but it's very easy to find this information on the county's website for anyone that isn't familiar with that. Next slide, please. So on this particular slide, I wanted to take some time to highlight some of the changes that you will see on our website on the district's dashboard. There's been a lot of feedback that we've been hearing from the community, from the trustees, from everyone in terms of how to interpret the dashboard. Where are these numbers coming from? Can there be a simpler or at least more streamlined fashion of depicting this information so that individuals can see exactly broken down by date of collection, how many cases, and then per school site as well. So these are screenshots, but essentially what you see in the larger screenshot is what the dashboard looks like today. And what we've done is embedded the spreadsheet that we use to collect all of this data on the three collection dates throughout the week. So again, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this particular point in time, our team is collecting this data from the school sites. And in terms of the process, our school site administrators are essentially our people on the ground. They're working with contact tracers to determine exactly when a positive case has been reported to them. They then go through their tracing process and they work with our staff back at the district office to essentially go through all this information and input it into this spreadsheet. So it's really just directly to the public and to everyone that has access to our website. This is what our team is using to input this information, and now everyone has access to it as well. And this information is locked, so no one can edit it or tamper with it in any way, but it is viewable. The nice thing is it functions just like any other spreadsheet, either on Google Slide or Google Sheets or an Excel spreadsheet. So if you scroll to the very bottom of the sheet that you're looking at, it's actually broken out by tabs. So we have it delineated by the start of the school year through the end of the calendar year, the end of December. And then there's another tab for essentially as soon as we started or we came back from winter break. So January, and that's going to end in July. And we'll continue adding collection dates in there, which are listed to the far left. The nice thing is that you can click on corresponding tabs for the actual dates that data was collected. And that'll actually show you a breakdown of the school site with how many people are on that school site in terms of students and staff for that particular period in time, and then how many cases were reported during that period as well. So it really was an attempt to streamline this information, simplify it, and give everyone more access to exactly what we're working with, and hopefully make things a little bit easier to understand. We also elaborated a little bit more in the narrative on our district dashboard webpage in terms of defining or providing a little bit more language for things like how a case is actually determined positive, where the information is coming from, and just giving a little bit more information and in-depth into the process of how this information is being collected. So we just wanted to say that we've heard you, we've heard our community, we've heard the trustees and the feedback, and we're always looking to improve and strengthen our efforts to make sure that we are transparent and showing everything that our schools are encountering throughout this time. And with that, I'll pass it back to Panu.
Thank you, Yorgos. The next couple of slides here, we're going to have Thomas Schaefer from the COVID clinic go over some information that he would like to share with us today.
Sure. Thank you.
You there? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have you in front of me, so I'm sorry.
Thank you. Last board meeting, there were a tremendous number of public comments, a very long line of them, and a lot of individuals spoke about the result turn times. We heard that loud and clear, and it became, although it was a very challenging time during the height of the surge, it became very important for us to take quick measures to work on our turn times. And since the last board meeting, I'm happy to report that we've had an estimated 95% of results processed by the end of the next business day. Our average turn time, once the samples arrived at the lab, and I'll explain that in just a minute, is 8 hours from the time that those samples have arrived to our lab. Friday samples have been the most challenging. So if you had a test on Friday, you may know that you did not receive that on Saturday, but you did receive it on Monday. And the reason that was challenging is because UPS on the last 2 Fridays has had delays in shipping, one of which, if you know anything about UPS logistics, they actually go through, now I'm on the spot, either Kansas or Kentucky, you can Google it. But when they overnight, even from Northern California, they seem to redirect there, and there was a weather issue. And so we had delays. So they arrived on Monday and they were processed on Monday. Saliva validation, we're working hard on that at our Palo Alto lab because we know how important it is to now get around this UPS issue. And so we've been working hard on saliva validation at the Palo Alto lab. Rather than sending samples through UPS to Orange, we would be driving them with one of our employees to the Palo Alto lab every night. And that saliva validation is slated to be finished by the end of next week. So we can start driving all of our samples directly to the Palo Alto lab, increasing reliability and turn times and avoiding any of the shipping delays that have resulted in longer than very next day turn times. So we have hired 6 additional staff members, and they are awaiting their background checks to come through so that we can put them on site. We are hiring a site supervisor at the district, one that is specifically assigned for the Washington Unified School District to oversee operations. This is a salaried position that we have made the selection, and we will be putting this person in position very quickly. This is in addition to any of the existing management staff that has been involved to this point. Next slide. Yeah, so COVID clinic updates. These are the percentages that I reference. And if you had a test, if you're on this call, I would invite you to look at your test date and see if you fall within that category, and please provide me feedback if you're so willing. But if you tested on the 14th, 94% were resulted on the 17th, which was the next business day, meaning that was when we had the UPS issue, and same with the 21st. The 18th, the vast majority of those were resulted on the 19th, 19th on the 20th, 20th on the 21st. And I obviously can't share any of this information, but I pulled a few names of people on the call. I checked this, and they almost all line up. So I would be, yeah, those are the numbers.
So on the next slide, what we wanted to highlight for the trustees and for our community is, and I think Superintendent Hildreth mentioned this in her presentation as well, is that we have our partnership with UC Davis Health, and we are hosting our vaccination clinics. The number here is slightly outdated. When we made this slide, it was 232 vaccination doses were completed. As of this morning, it was shared with me that the number is now higher at 301 vaccinations have been provided through our vaccination clinics. Again, we wanted to remind the public that there is information on our website on how you can access your vaccinations and boosters. We have 2 upcoming clinics, Saturday, February 5th and Thursday, February 10th. The hours are listed there as well. So we wanted to make sure we took a moment to highlight that. Follow-up topics. We had From our last board meeting, we wanted to share out that there was a request to inquire about a community site in partnership with Healthy YOLO Together. We have been in communication with the city and Healthy YOLO together about adding a satellite testing location for the community on the south side of West Sacramento. There is an interest, and they have been communicating with my office for that. The other question is about our community testing that we're offering at the district office. Approximately 50 to 60 participants each day are accessing this location. This is currently Superintendent Hildreth has been in contact with individuals from the city. So it does provide an outlet for the city testing location. Currently, they have the one location, I do believe, at City Hall. So there is a little bit of a reliance on this outlet being available. This location also provides easy access for our district office staff that does access this testing, and also YOLO High School across the street. Those students do walk over. So in the event that we made a shift here, we'd want to provide the city plenty of notification. And then we, as a district, would just need to make some arrangements for our district office staff and YOLO High School students. Their access would slightly change. As far as potential shifts with programming, there are some through questions and things that we have been gathering information on what are some other options that could be made available in the event that we needed to take next steps. Our last slide just provides the resources that we've consistently shared on our district website. These are the bit.ly links shortened down. We encourage our public that if they have questions regarding our resources that we do with our assistance of Yorgos, we keep that pretty well updated. So we wanted to make sure that we had that slide back up there. With that being said, Thomas and myself and Yorgos are available for questions.
You're on mute.
Thank you. Before we take questions from the board, I'm going to move on to public comment. I do not see any hands raised, nor were there any public comments submitted in advance. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to the board for questions. I'm looking, everybody's eager. Trustee Pizzotti, hand up first. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see. First, let me ask a question about testing and what would be one of the factors or some of the factors that could cause tests to be lost?
I believe that is a question for you, Thomas.
So we would, in the event that someone is saying that they have a lost specimen or a lost sample, meaning that they have not received a result and they have not received an email notification saying that their test was invalid or indeterminate. In that situation, we would look into the logistics of it. There are a number of different factors that could result causing that. The primary would be between the time that it leaves the site and the time that it gets to the lab. The same thing that could happen if you were to get an Amazon package that never arrived.
Okay. Are insurance companies charged for the testing?
The CDPH and CARES Act outlines that the protocol to follow for billing for a test, and SB 510 illustrates this as well, is that if insurance is in place, the insurance company covers the cost of the test. If someone is uninsured, we go directly to the CARES Act via HRSA for the payment for that test.
Okay. And so what happens for lost tests? Are those still billed?
No, you have to result a test. An invalid or indeterminate is not billed either.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we're also not billing rapid antigens at this time. Those are something that we elected to provide at no cost to the district, at a cost of around $200,000 to our organization to cover the deficit in testing turnaround times that you initially saw.
Okay. So I can give you specific examples if you want to look at it, but I've spent about an hour on the phone with your company trying to find my test results, and I'm missing 3 that are now over 3 weeks old. The 7th I tested because I was symptomatic. The 10th I tested. The 14th, and again on the 18th. I will say on the 25th, I got my test results on the 26th. So I'll give you kudos to that. My daughter is missing tests from the 11th, the 18th, and the 25th. Actually, I shouldn't say she's missing her test results from the 18th because I just got them on the 26th. And as I'm sure you heard Dr. Sison comment earlier, any test over 3 to 5 days old is useless. So if you're not making those markers of 3 to 5 days, they're not helpful to us. And I can personally say from personal experience, your testing has not been helpful to me. That's just me. I've been hearing from others as well that their situations were similar. Now, I don't know if that has improved because I haven't checked in with as many people lately. But I will say this, that I'm very disappointed in what we've seen so far to this point, because during that time where those tests were missing is when we had the peak of our need for those tests and when test turnaround times were the largest. Now, I do appreciate the rapid antigen testing because that does help identify, as Dr. Sison said, infectious people. However, we would like to make sure with the PCR test, that's the reason why we have PCR testing, is to validate those tests. So I would personally like to see more information about, I guess raw data, from what it is that the school sites are providing you in terms of specimens separated from the antigen tests. What are your PCR turnaround times? What are your antigens? Like, I've taken antigen tests from you, and I'll give you credit, I've got them within 15 minutes. So, bravo for that. I absolutely am thrilled about the antigen and testing time turnaround. In fact, each time I test, I now test with antigen and PCR because I just can't seem to trust when I'm going to get the results. Also, I got my test result, and I mentioned it last time. I got one test result that said Kobe Pizzati, birth date March 21st, 2012, female. Well, that's my daughter's birth date. So which test did I get? Did I get mine or my daughter's result? So I guess my frustration has been that there's been a lot of confusion and mix-up when we needed it to be seamless. And I can give some grace, but not to the level that I've seen so far. And additionally, the training of the staff that I've seen so far has not been stellar. They're still not asking, have you had any food or drink? There's still no barriers between where you take this test and where you spit into where you take off your mask and you spit into the little vial. They're still not washing down the areas where where you take your test. They're still not asking you to wash your hands with hand sanitizer before that. So, and I just tested on Tuesday. So I was hoping that by Tuesday, the training would have been better after the last board meeting. I think that's all I have. I just wanted to put it out there. Also, if I think the number that you provided us last time went to a salesperson in order to call, and I had to scour your website to find a contact number. And then after I did, I was on hold waiting to get to a supervisor because the person that I was talking to at COVID clinic could not identify where my tests were. So they had to put in a ticket, whatever that means, to find 3 of the tests, and they never did. So I just wanted to put that out there for you to take note on and hopefully improve.
I appreciate that. I know that a number of those issues came up at the last board meeting, and a number of those tests that you referenced were prior to that, and that was exactly as you said, a time where we needed to be there, and a time where it was the height of the surge, and we were just coming in as a new partner, and we very much did not deliver during that time. And it was very challenging to sit through that board meeting. And I know with the date that you had referenced, your daughter's birth date, you'd referenced that in the last meeting as well. And we've implemented process to put in check extra validations now with showing the label. And then I appreciated that you have experienced the rapid antigen side of things as well. Obviously I can't go into detail about any of the testing data that I have. I can't publicly address your turn times or any of the data that I've looked up and am aware of for your specific tests. But if you have had good experiences and good turn times, if you've tested recently and had good turn times, I would appreciate, the sharing, and I do appreciate the 15-minute call out there as well. So,
yeah, I did receive my test from Tuesday back on Wednesday night, so that was good. So I'll give you the kudos on that.
That's great to hear, and great to hear about the 15-minute turn time too. So we'll keep improving, we'll keep doing better. So thank you.
Anybody else? Comments? Questions? Clerk Venegas, you are nodding your head. I don't know if that's just nodding just to nod or. Oh,
Yeah, I can go next. Hi, Thomas. So I'll keep it simple. I think last time the question was, what does better look like as far as percentages, by when, and what are we doing to get there? And I think, in full transparency, I think I would have preferred that you had, said, we need a couple more days, we need a couple more weeks versus now. I think that was your exact answer, was we're ready now. And to really build, West Sacramento, the community is really open to allowing us to make mistakes and grow. Yes, they will voice their opinion, like you heard, their voice, their frustration, but they're an audience that's very captive and really cares about building trust. And as a lesson learned, I think it's just when it comes to that black and white business aspect of what's the bandwidth, what's your capacity. It's important to just even the little piece about Fridays. If you test on Friday, you're not getting, even that understanding that is just as a form of communication, so that people understand what they're getting themselves into when going through this. So my question is, I know last time I believe you said high 90s was where you felt we were at then. This is the last board meeting by the time the data would come out. So I see a couple of 94s, 95s, which is, a lot better than where we were. So my question is, do you believe you have the bandwidth and the capacity for better? And overall, just overall, from the process to the testing to the, do you feel you're staffed? Do you feel we can do, we're at better than 94? And in full transparency, where do you believe you and your staff are at this very moment?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and the feedback and the question. And we've seen significantly better since we met the last time, and I am happy to see that, but I do think we can do a lot better, and I think there is room for improvement. The focus for this period of time until the next board meeting for me is on staff training, professionalism, protection. The lunch hour concern is one that I am aware of and disappointed in, and that we're committed to improving. And so training, we are bringing in corporate trainers up there to meet with the staff in the coming, I believe it's the coming week. We are doing a few write-ups that I'm aware of with individual employees that we receive feedback for, and doing corrective action plans. So my objective going forward, we've done significantly better with turn times, but we need to do a lot better with turn time still, but also with the staff and getting them to a level of professionalism that we can all be proud of, and with a protocol that we can all be proud of. So that's my focus going forward.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I think what you said, if there is better than the numbers, because I'm thinking about that 6%, that 5%, that 4% that we we don't know who those individuals are, but I do know that they're West Sacramentians, right? They're our people, so we have to care for those individuals. And to us, right, the board and our administration is, are we okay with 94? And do we trust in all of in the data? So I think at this moment, I think maybe just if you have a message for the community as to what your vision is, what the feel should be, what the what's the brand, what's the culture, what should they walk away feeling? Because there's a lot of anxiety, there's fear, there's doubt, now there's frustration, and now there's a magnifying glass, right? And that's kind of what happens with business and results, and in the when you're serving a need, and there's consequences to that service as well, when it comes to quality. So just what's the message? What should a typical person that's coming in on a Tuesday, Wednesday, what should they receive from staff? What feeling? What type of service are you looking to, now that you're implementing this training, and for professionalism? What should somebody expect when coming to your to one of your sites?
Well, first off, to your point, 5%, 2,000 tests a week, it's 100 people. So you're going to hear them. You stack them up every week, those 100 people will speak the loudest every week, and you will hear them. And so for sure, we need to improve and continue to do better. I believe what we've accomplished in improvement is very good, but it needs to keep going. And to your second question about the what should people expect from COVID Clinic as they approach the site, well, I can tell you where we want to be, and where we strive to be is that the individual, the patient, is given personalized attention, that individual understands the expectation and the process of the test and the result, that person's identity is confirmed via the label being shown to them. That process for saliva testing is outlined in terms of whether or not they've eaten, that the hours that are posted on the site are the hours that are respected and kept, and that as much as possible, now we can't predict surges, but that wait times are minimized. We have a few initiatives that we're doing with other school districts. We serve roughly 60 districts in the state right now. And we have some initiatives that we're doing with other school districts with COVID group tracing, referenced by Dr. Sisson here, that we think stand to be very efficient ways of handling testing with all of our districts. But those are for discussion, with the personnel at your district to see if they're a good solution. But in terms of your question, professionalism, respect, personalized attention, expectations clearly outlined. Those are what we would expect to see.
Thank you, Thomas. And to the admin team, just that, I think it's important to note again that we were talking about the possibility of bringing on that one site with Healthy Yolo, and I think it's important to take action, but also take action in the window of opportunity, right? I think that's more important. It's what the need is, but when it's needed. And I thank you for taking those steps and listening to the community. And also, we're all in this looking to give the best service because our parents and our community deserve it, our students deserve it, our staff deserves it. So thank you, Thomas, for your transparency and your willingness to share, as well as admin team for putting something in place so that we can make sure that we're covering any holes in servicing our community. Thank you.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez, do you have anything to add or questions to pose?
I do, thank you. I'll try to be brief. I appreciated hearing that if we do not have results, so I assume if there is not an email with results, then the insurance company has not been billed. And I want to make sure I heard that correctly. Yes.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I had also was missing results 3, so I was glad to hear that early on, but I've gotten the results since. Long turnarounds because they've been on Fridays. And so it would be helpful if that that's going to happen, because there's a delay. If COVID Clinic has an update, if we are only testing at certain schools on Fridays. So I know it's really hard for us to capture how to communicate with that, but maybe the district at those school sites can send an email out. I don't know if there's a way that we can maybe communicate, but it would be really helpful because, getting the results from a Friday, Monday in the evening after school's over, ideally that's how do I send my kid to school on Monday? So it would be helpful to hear if those turnarounds are taking a while. And I'm glad that you have a solution to work on that, because we just happen to have tests on Fridays and it has been frustrating. If a community member is chooses to do a rapid antigen test, I know that that's not in specific situations. Can they wait there for their results? I've heard of some people leaving and not getting them, or are they supposed to leave and get an email? What does that look like for rapid antigen?
In terms of our policy, it's fine if people wait for their results, and that's just fine. We typically result in 15 to 30 minutes, and it is via email notification. There may be a text, I'm not certain. But yeah, that's perfectly acceptable, but also it's up to the policy of the school whether or not they would want the child to wait, or the parent, or whatever it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And then I called the day after our meeting. I also got the message was for a sales rep. I assume it was during the time when you were all hands on deck. But I also emailed and the next day after our board meeting to share, here's my results, my missing, to see if I could get an update. And one person I know, their response was, to the ongoing surge where you're experiencing high volume, please check your email or fill out this form. I got address not found, and I cut and pasted it from the website. It was k12@covidclinic.org. I did it multiple times to make sure I was doing it right. That's why I cut and pasted it. And it said not found. I don't know, were you experiencing high volume, or is that happening to others? Do you know why that might have happened?
I do know exactly why that happened.
Oh.
Yeah, that email account It's a bit embarrassing, actually. That email account was deactivated by someone in HR that deactivated the email account for a 2-day period, and we reactivated it. So, yeah. So that's how we got
So I
it.
told a lot of people to use that email after our last board meeting when we met with you, and then I myself used it, and so that would have been helpful to have known early, because then I stopped telling anyone to use this email address because it didn't seem helpful. So okay, so K12@covidclinic.org now works. It does work for a while. Okay, so can we get that on our website under testing? Can we put the phone number and the email so that the community knows? Because last time you told us they could send their results if they're not hearing back to that.
That's right. And just to let you know, all of the other support emails that had been posted on our site and elsewhere throughout the district as well, all of those were still in operation. The other email addresses, the phone numbers were live, but that particular email address was deactivated. And as soon as we realized that, we did activate.
Okay, thank you. I was having a hard time with finding it because it was it's not like the COVID clinic, it's a separate K-12 COVID clinic. And then the email was the only one on the bottom. So, okay. All right. Well, that will be helpful if we can have that. And okay, and we'll continue to look at the results and hope that our Friday, I'm still waiting on Tuesday for my girls, and I'm hoping that Friday turnarounds become quicker, because it is critical for us, of course, as you know, and as was stated tonight in the meeting, that we have timely results. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sounds like there's a lot of room for improvement. I did get my results back and my girls' results back in a day. I actually did a test. I went to Healthy YOLO Together and to COVID Clinic, and Healthy YOLO Together, there was like a 6-hour difference between your results and Healthy YOLO Together. This week, my daughter tested on Monday and I just got my results today. So what you're hearing is inconsistency in timing, right, across the board. And as Clerk Venegas said, it's about your brand recognition of what can people expect, right? What is consistency in messaging? I am looking forward to training, because as you know, your staff are inconsistent even with what they tell the public, right? From one staff person to another, which is totally fine because they're young and they're learning. But the first staff person said one thing, and then the second staff person said another thing, and third staff person said another. I'm like, okay, who do I believe? Right? This is a trust exercise too, right? This is about my health and well-being. And so when 3 staff members in the same room tell me 3 different things, it makes me trust you less. But in any case, it did come around. So we're looking forward to kind of improved service and consistency. I don't know, Thomas, you unmuted. I don't know if you wanted to respond to any of that.
No, thank you. And yeah, and we're committed to continuing to improve. And if there are situations, again, where there are any results that are delayed longer than that 2-day period, we would invite anyone to get their rapid antigen test. We have been just doing that on kind of a good faith measure. If someone says that they didn't get a result, and even in situations where someone just needs one, we just have been administering them a blanket, without question.
Thank you. Again, going back to consistency and the promise of high 90s, which we're not there yet. And so with that said, I don't see any more comments. Thank you for your time. We will move on to the next agenda item.
Just one quick.
We have a lot of agenda items, and it's 9. Oh, Trustee Pizzotti, you had one last question, comment, thought?
So I think the last board meeting, we talked about the possibility of having HYT at one site. I thought this would be the section that we would be talking about that. I don't think I heard anything.
Assistant Panu addressed the ongoing discussions on the south side with the city and Healthy YOLO Together. That was one of the slides.
Okay. Okay.
That staff are in discussion about it.
That is accurate.
Okay. And then maybe we could put out a message to recommend that, our kids get tested both with antigen and PCR tests. Just just to make sure that if they do experience delays, they at least have an antigen test to fall back on. You know, if you're pulling, it doesn't take that long takes 10 seconds to do an antigen test. So if while you're there and your kid's been pulled out of class to do a PCR test, it wouldn't hurt them just to also follow up to do, you know, a quick nasal swab. So that's just a thought.
Okay. Thank you for that. Anything else for the good of the order? Okay, if not, I'm going to move forward. Thank you again. On to item number N3, presentation regarding trustee area redistricting. Dr. Hildreth, as Assistant Superintendent Stovall, is taking care of other business.
Yes, thank you. So this is our opportunity to return to the trustees and share information about our redistricting process. Now that we have had 2 special board meetings that allowed us to gather input from the community last week, and we have our consultant from Cooperative Strategies here to give us an update. So Josh, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. Good evening, board. As a introduction for those who haven't been along with us for the ride, my name is Josh Chisholm with Cooperative Strategies, and we're a demographer here working to help adjust the trustee areas to get back into compliance. Next slide. Okay, so just a quick recap. We were here in October and looked at our evaluation of the existing trustee areas and received input on potential adjustments to get back into compliance. We came back in December, reviewed some scenarios, came back again in earlier this month here in January to review those scenarios and receive board and public feedback. As Dr. Hildreth mentioned, on the 18th and the 19th, we had 2 community meetings, one on the 18th that was in English, and then one on the 19th that was in Spanish. We got some feedback for those meetings that resulted in a 3rd scenario that we drew up. And here we are tonight to review that scenario. We'll also go through the first 2 scenarios as well for those who haven't been following along. And then we'll look for any other feedback tonight on these 3 scenarios and come back in mid-February for looking for the board to select and adopt a final map. Just as a reminder, we'll work with the county after a final map is adopted to make sure that they have the proper documentation and files to use for the November election. Next slide. Okay, here are the existing trustee areas. Just, as a reminder, the blue dotted lines are the school attendance boundaries. And so you'll notice in our scenarios that we keep this same format throughout. Next slide. All right, scenario 1 has been presented before. Nothing's changed here. This scenario and scenario 2 were the scenarios that we took to the community meetings on the 18th and 19th and received feedback on. And so we'll go to the next slide. Just a reminder here, the variance up in the top right-hand corner, 7%. The threshold for this process is 10%. And so we're comfortably beneath that here in scenario 1. And just familiarization for the audience, the total population there at the top left corner, 54,000. We take that number, divide it by 5, the total number of trustees, the number of trustee areas to get our target, or the ideal trustee area size at 10,800. And then we begin the process of making adjustments in the current trustee areas against the 2020 census data to rebalance the populations across all 5 trustee areas. So you'll see in each trustee area, the total population in the first column, and then the citizen voting age population in the second column of each trustee area. That shows the population, and in the row there, the second row shows population variance for each trustee area, whether it's above or below the target. And then from there working our way down to the bottom shows the different ethnicities within each trustee area and how that percentage is broken down amongst each trustee area. All right, next slide. Here's scenario 2. Again, this was part of the process over the community meetings. And we'll go to the next slide. This variance here is 6.1%, a little bit less than scenario 1 at 7, but still in that same ballpark and certainly under our 10% threshold. Just a reminder is that the population, the total variance is calculated by the most densely populated area, the variance for that, which in this scenario would be trustee area 2, and then adding on to that the variance for the least populated trustee area in this scenario here is trustee area 4. You add those two numbers together and that's how you come up with the 6.1%. Next slide. Okay, so here's a new scenario, and scenario 3 was created based on some of the feedback that we received during the 2 community meetings. And I don't have control of the screen, but I'll try and explain the areas that changed. There was an area, if you can see trustee 2 up in the green, the top right-hand corner where it says trustee 2 2024, just north or just above that, it says C Street. In the 2 prior scenarios, those were green. And there were some community there that said we would really like to see this area back in the yellow. That is what we consider a community of interest. And we don't want to see that being transitioned into trustee area 2. So we made that change back to yellow. And then you'll also notice that where it shows Elkhorn Village Elementary School, that area was all yellow as well. And so if you recall, that area, yellow needed to expand, or trustee area 1 needed to expand. And so based on the public comment, public feedback, it was requested that that area be reverted back to trustee area 2, because that community, that was a community that was part of trustee area 2, and that was a request for the community. So with those 2 changes, as you can imagine, up by the Elkhorn Village Elementary School area, there are a lot of people in that area, and pulling that back out of trustee area 1 and moving it back into trustee area 2 meant that we needed to make up for that population somewhere. During the community meeting, as the discussion went forth, I asked the community, I explained that to the community and to the audience, and said, okay, well, if we move this back to trustee area 1, which is totally fine, we need to find population somewhere else. How would you feel if on the west side of trustee area 2, or the green area, over west of Westfield Village Elementary School, if we made that area trustee area 1? And the feedback that we received was, well, that would be better than what you've done here up by Elkhorn Village Elementary School. So that's what we did. West of Westfield Village Elementary School, you can see how that whole area has been moved down to trustee area 1. And in the previous scenarios, the majority of that was trustee area 2. And so those are the 3 main changes that occurred here in scenario 3. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see that the variance is 7.6%. This is the highest of the 3 scenarios, but certainly, we were able to get it in that same 6-7% ballpark that the other 2 scenarios were in, comfortably below the 10% threshold. And we're hopeful that this is what the community was looking for after the feedback that we received in the community meetings. And so you'll notice that trustee area 1 is the highest, most populated in trustee area 5, least populated. So those are the 2 that are driving total variance. But that's the major change here in the presentation today. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that we did run the yellow map. We got quite a bit of feedback to take a look at the yellow map. Although the yellow map wasn't adopted during the transition in 2018, I think there was just some interest from the board of the community about how would this have shaken out. And so the green map that was adopted was at 30.4% variance. And the yellow map, if you go to the next slide, was at 26.7. So both of them would have been out of compliance. And I apologize, the out of compliance text box somehow moved the compliance word down to the bottom, but both would have been out of compliance. Like I said, green map was 30.4, yellow map was 26.7. So you would have had to make slightly less adjustments, but in the grand scheme of things, still in the same arena. And this is how it would have shaken out. Trustee area 1 and 2, the Hispanic Latino community would have been very similar. Right now we're in the 29, call it 28 to 30%. Scenario 1's at 31% in trustee area 2. So we're in the 28 to 31% range for trustee area 1 and 2 Hispanic Latino CVAP. Yellow map falls in this category before the adjustments need to be made. So I suspect that these are the adjustments that we would have to make would put us right into this 28 to 31% category for the Hispanic Latino community, even if we were to start going down the road with the yellow map. So anyway, we wanted to provide that just to let you guys know that we did run the variance and we did build the map into the software and run the calculations, and this is the result. Next slide. All right, and then here, similar slide, we just added scenario 3 to the slide here so you can see all three. This is helpful in seeing where those changes occurred from the northeastern corner of the green area there where C Street is, and then also the area where the changes were made just to the west of that. And on the far west side where you see Harbor Boulevard, those changes were predominantly green or trustee area 2 before, and now we've had to make up for that population and move trustee area 1 down into that area. So these are the three scenarios that we have tonight for the board and for the community. And I believe the next slide is questions.
Before we go there, we're going to take public comment first from the audience. And I see that there is one public comment from Miss Danny Langford, and then I also have a pre-submitted comment. So with that said, Mario, would you mind? There is Danny. Hi, Danny.
Good evening. I kind of got to the meeting here late. I was a little surprised you're only on N3 because I was at the River City High School girls basketball team, your game. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you for looking at the yellow map. And I'd like to know how many people participated in the Zoom forum, as well as I continue to put it on the record that I think it's wrong that you literally have had drawn a line, especially between two trustees' houses. So it basically protects every board member on the board currently. It protects them from running against each other, which I think is wrong. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay. We have a written comment from Ms. Gail Costello regarding this item. So I'm going to begin reading, Mario, so if you want to time it. I looked at the three options for redrawing school board members' districts. Pure population numbers could represent a lot of residents with no children or children under the age of 5. It seems to me that the most relevant plan is to make the numbers of voting age citizens as equal as possible, because those are the folks actually voting for a school board member. Option number 1 has 1,000 more plus more voting age citizens in District 4 than any other district. Option 2 has 500 more voting age citizens in District 4 than any other district. Option 3 has 1,100 more voting age citizens in District 4 than any other district. If in fact school board members are directly responsible to their district's residents, then the number of voters matters. It would be easier to respond to some of the 6,000 plus residents that come to that than to some of the 8,000 plus residents. A different approach to redistricting would have to have been in balance the numbers of school-age students within each district, but I do not know what official data could be used to determine those numbers based on the residencies of both public school and private school students. Thank you. Of note, I'm District 4, so I have to earn more votes than anybody else is what I'm hearing. So with that said, I will hand this over to the board for questions and comments. Trustee Pizzotti.
I might as well go. First, Josh, I would just like to say thank you for doing the numbers and crunching the data and taking into account the suggestions that were provided to you at the meetings I attended, both of them. They weren't greatly attended, but there's still definitely community members that that wanted to have their voices heard, and I do appreciate that you took into account their recommendations. So with that, that's basically all I wanted to say is, thank you for your efforts and drawing these maps.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing there are none, even okay. I have one, Josh. It's the yellow map situation. You apply this to an the old kind of drawing of the map. Did you consider just drawing a map that was based on school boundaries and population that would balance out, that would meet CVRA needs? Like forget old maps, current maps, just school boundaries and population data.
So redistricting is not, the intent of redistricting isn't to redraw brand new maps with a blank canvas. Even when we do step into a transitioning process where we have a blank canvas, we don't just draw maps based on with no input from the community or the board. And so no, we didn't sit down and try to draw a new map that had no consideration of anything, the current trustees or any other considerations. The practice is to use the map that's been adopted and make the adjustments. And so no ma'am, we did not start fresh.
Because of that was my specific request, and I think the request of that Danny was trying to kind of indicate that drawing a map based off of school boundaries and population, so that map doesn't exist, because your analysis was based on non-compliance was based off a map that was not adopted. So I just wanted to make that comment. So does the law not allow you to create that map?
Mr. Schutz, I don't know if you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I can jump in here. The redistricting process is very limited, where it's not a redraw of the maps that was adopted through that very lengthy process you went when you converted from at large to a by trustee area election. So the ed code that we fall under, or the education code we fall under for the redistricting is really limited in scope, and it's really just designed to make as few changes as possible to get you within compliance, so under that 10% number. If we go beyond that, then we really fall outside the redistricting process and that statutory authority, and it would really necessitate going into a more elaborate process similar to what you did when you actually converted from at-large to a by trustee area. And I think it was that would be beyond the scope of what Josh was tasked to do as well.
So just to be clear, and for public who are listening to this is redistricting that actually has to build on the baked in residences of maps that we've already adopted.
It had to be based off the green map, which was what was it? Was it
Right,
the
the map that
existing
was
map of
adopted.
the district? Yes.
Right. So which did, in fact, take into account where we lived at the time of adoption.
But I think it's important to note that when Josh, the demographer, drew these scenarios, he didn't have that information.
Right. But but his is again, just acknowledging and confirming that what the public is saying is yes, these maps aren't, but it's already baked into existing maps, and he can only tweak the existing maps, the original maps that took into consideration where we lived. So I just want to acknowledge and affirm that's true.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other, just again, it just is, it sounds like the law doesn't allow us to do anything more than just tweak the maps that have already been adopted. So, and that was what Josh was tasked to do, if helpful. Okay, Trustee Pizzotti?
Yeah, a quick question. So now on process, I think I saw on the presentation that our February 10th meeting will be our meeting where we adopt the maps. Is that correct?
That's the anticipated plan to take action, because notice has to be given to the county registrar of voters prior to that March 1st deadline.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, if there are no other comments, we can conclude this and move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Which is item N4, staff update regarding English language learners. Stacy Tran.
Yeah, thank you, President Wong. I'll actually just start us off and just mention that Washington Unified School District currently serves many students who come from households where languages other than English are spoken. And this presentation will include English learner student data, some program successes, and progress towards our local control accountability plan, LCAP, with the metrics and actions. And tonight, as already noted, our English learner coordinator, Stacy Tran, is here with some of her team, and she's going to take us through the presentation.
Thank you and good evening. I'm excited to be here tonight and especially delighted to be joined by my team, Ms. Robin Bell-Wolgemuth, our English Learner Program Specialist, and Ms. Vanessa Valiente-Rader, our EL TOSA. And I'm going to start off our presentation and then they will be jumping in a little bit with some successes as well. Thank you. So in this presentation, we'll share some demographic data and let you know who our English learner students are. We'll highlight many of our program successes. We'll talk about some academic achievement data, and then finally, we'll identify some next steps and future goals that we have. So every year, our English learner demographics change, and currently 17% of all WUSD students are English learners. Of those 17%, 20% are considered newcomers, which means that they've arrived in the US from their home countries within the last 3 years. And that number has gone up significantly in the last couple of years. Also, currently 27% of our EL students were born outside of the United States. And I put in a graph at the end showing where they're born because this has changed a lot lately as well. So of all of our English learner students, 70% are born here in the US. 15% now are coming to us from Afghanistan, 5% from Mexico, 1% from Russia, and then all the other countries combined make up about 9%. So as you can see, the population from Afghanistan has grown significantly. And so as a result, we're having to modify and adapt our program to meet their needs. So as our language census occurs every year, we take our data from CBED's Day in October. This is the current composition of our EL students, or actually our district-wide students. So the pie chart on the left shows that about 60% of our students in Washington Unified are currently English only. They come from households where only English is spoken. And then about 40% come from families where a language other than English is present. So again, there's that 17% English learners, We have 19% who are RFEP or reclassified. That means that when they initially started school, parents identified another language in the home. They were classified as English learners, but through the support of their teachers and annual testing and assessment to really monitor their progress, they were reclassified. So they're no longer English learners, now they're English proficient. Followed by our 4% IFEP students, which are our initially fluent students. So parents again identified a different language spoken in the home, but the first time these students took either the CELT test many years ago or the LPAC test these last 4 years, they passed the test and were considered proficient. So as you can see, our English learners, reclassified students, and initially fluent students make up 40% of our student population, which means that those students still have language needs because many of them come to school and their whole day is in English, and then they go home and they're surrounded by other languages. So we need to continue to monitor them and support them and make sure that our teachers feel equipped to really meet their academic needs. As you can see in the graph at the right, it's just our language fluency by school. So it's broken down, and I highlighted with a blue box the English learners at each school. So you can see how many there are and where they are. Next slide, please. On the next slide, we'll highlight some program successes. Thank you. So first, oops, can you go back one more, please? So first, we have designated ELD taking place at all sites. So English learners are all placed in leveled classes and they're receiving daily instruction based on the ELD standards. They're also doing LPAC practice in the task types that they'll see on the LPAC test, but really it's good instruction because it mirrors the standards. Also, we've done more than 10 district-wide professional learning sessions presented by Vanessa, Robin, myself, and even some of our teachers who are skilled in ELD. We do site staff developments. We've done grade level PLC meetings. And then in addition to professional learning, we follow it up with instructional coaching. We have 3 district-wide instructional coaches, but we also have Robin and Vanessa who support teachers in EL needs. Next, we have reclassifications. I've listed the numbers of reclassifications over the last 3 years. We were at 12% in 2019-20, but as we all know, March 2020, the world changed. And that year, SBAC requirements were waived, but LPAC, our English Learner Assessment for students here in California, was not waived. So for the students, actually that year it was waived, I'm sorry. The following year, it was not waived. And so we had kids coming into school. We had to call kids back who were continuing with virtual learning. And for the students who were in school towards the end of last year, we were on a hybrid model. So they were only coming to school for about 2.5 hours a day. And so we had to catch them when we could. So that was really challenging. So our reclassifications went down a little bit, but I think it's because of the inconsistent schooling. But as you can see, we're trending upwards again based on LPAC last year. Our reclassification rates are going up. We're at 10%, and I'm confident that this year they'll be even higher. I feel like we always get the question about AP participation from our English learners. And so I pulled the data, the class rosters of every AP class at River City, and we currently have 1 English learner student taking an AP class, which is awesome. But that doesn't mean that we're not doing our jobs or that our English learners aren't succeeding. So I broke it down even further. And of the AP students currently taking classes, 54% of those come from English-only households, but 46 are our RFEP and IFEP students. So students who come from a household where languages other than English are spoken, but they were able to really build their English proficiency and now are able to participate in those advanced placement courses. So that's really exciting. And then finally, a success that I'm really proud of is this year, as you well know, we've gone through our federal program monitoring process with the state of California. And typically English learners is an area that has a lot of findings, a lot of areas we need to improve upon. But I'm delighted and excited to say that the first time through, thanks to the hard work of our site administrators, our teachers, our amazing support staff, Vanessa, Robin. We had no findings in the area of EL. They interviewed parents who come to our ELAC and DLAC meetings. They looked at timesheets of teachers who were doing extra hours, our homeschool liaisons. They dug into student data and had a lot of questions, but we were able to answer them all. So I'm really proud that our program had no findings, and it shows that we are doing right by our English learner students and that we have a lot of good things in place. We always have room to grow, but there's a lot going well in Washington Unified with English learners. And next, I want to introduce Ms. Robin Bell-Wolgemuth. She is new to her position as an EL program specialist, but definitely not new to our district. And she's going to share a little bit about the work that she is doing and her personal highlights. So if we can have the next slide, please.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you, Superintendent Hildreth and the board. As Stacy said, my name is Robin Bell-Wolgemuth. I have began my education career here in Washington Unified as a student teacher at Riverbank Elementary many years ago. Since then, I have been a classroom teacher. I have been an EL Summer Institute teacher. I was an EL TOSA district-wide for a few years. I was a school site-based instructional coach. And since October 2021, I've been in this position as an EL program specialist. There are many projects that I'm involved with in our district, but here are a couple highlights. Starting with the column on the left, we have a couple assessment of student progress that we are working on, one of which is an EL progress monitoring assessment that Stacy and I collaborated around to locally create an assessment that mirrors students' end of the year state assessments. As far as training goes, I created online training materials for all teachers to access in our district, but I also came in person to WUVA to train all teachers, as many of our teachers in Washington Unified had already given the assessment, but most teachers at WUVA are brand new. Some teachers invited me into their classrooms for my support in administering the assessment. So I modeled administering the assessment with their own students. And then once they felt comfortable, I released the responsibility to them to administer the subsequent assessments to their students. And that was my favorite part of that assessment, because as we were administering the assessment together and going over the scoring guides, we were naturally having a conversation about the student's strengths, the student's areas of growth, and then the instructional implications and what the teacher could do to really hone in on what the students need to make growth in preparation for that big test at the end of the year. As Stacy mentioned, the LPAC assessment, that's our big test that we give our students in the spring. She and I are currently working on getting some student data prepared with student names, schools, grade levels, classes. And next we will plan the administration where we can figure out how to utilize our time and our staff so we can assess all of our students' progress towards English proficiency. In the middle column, there's some information about professional learning. So most of our professional learning right now is around the high leverage literacy strategies that we use, that we train teachers in and that they utilize during our EL Summer Institute. And on the January 4th Professional Learning Day, I gave an overview of our ELD unit that utilizes the strategies. And then I'm currently giving a series in which teachers come back every week for an overview of the units, a deep dive into the strategies. And then the absolute best part of the series, because they're coming back every Monday, is they can plan a lesson using the strategies they learn in that session. And then each week when they come back, they'll talk about how they used one of those strategies in their classrooms. So it really becomes a professional learning community where they can get feedback on their practice, reflect on their student learning, and then learn new strategies. As Stacy mentioned, there have been a few other professional learning opportunities around English learners for our teachers offered throughout the year. These have been those high leverage literacy strategies, again, for English learners. And then we've also given some professional development on our LPAC assessment, not because we're getting teachers trained to teach students to the test, but the test actually mirrors effective instruction for English learners, and it's completely aligned with the ELD standards. So we're supporting teachers in preparing our students for what's ultimately going to assess their English proficiency. And finally, Stacy also mentioned, and I mentioned that I was formerly an instructional coach. So I do a lot of in-person support for teachers, be it planning effective instruction, usually in our high leverage literacy strategies from our ELD units that we use at our Summer Institute. Coaching always gives a little like on the spot professional development. So even if teachers are not coming to any of our after school sessions, sometimes I can just give them a little bit of training in some of the strategies when I'm meeting with them for coaching. I've also been doing some demonstration lessons in their class. So if they're receiving professional development, both by coming to our sessions or that on the spot PD, I can then go into their classroom and actually model it with their students. So it really shows them how the strategy looks and then how it looks with their students and what kind of data the lesson can be an outcome of the lesson. And then finally, we also do some reflection in which we have conversations to discuss students' progress, and then we discuss next steps to address the students' needs. And in closing, I absolutely love working with English learners and their teachers. Our students face a huge challenge with coming, especially as newcomers, into our classrooms and learning grade level content and English concurrently. Students and teachers are really motivated with all of our English learners. And at the beginning, teachers often express hesitation because they're unsure how to meet that myriad of needs. But once they drink our Kool-Aid, as we say at our EL Summer Institute, they really do become so confident after our professional development. And I'm just so happy that I get to continue supporting our district in English learner development, but I also get to be in the classroom seeing the little pockets of greatness. I was just in a middle school classroom of newcomers a couple weeks ago, and a student who had literally been here for 3 days introduced himself to me. My name is, insert his name in English, and it was just such a wonderful celebration. So that's not going to come out in some of our data yet, but the teachers are working extremely hard. The students are just so motivated to learn English, and it really is just such a wonderful experience for myself as an educator. Thank you.
And next up, we have Ms. Vanessa Valiente Rader, who's going to share about some of her highlights and how she's supporting not only our English learner students, but also our dual immersion students at Elkhorn.
Thank you, Stacy. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present Dr. Hildreth and to the board and everybody. My name is Vanessa Valiente Rader. I've been in the Washington Unified School District for 11 years. I first started with student teaching at Elkhorn in a dual immersion classroom and have come full circle now as the dual immersion intervention specialist at Elkhorn. So it has been an amazing opportunity for me. I have also been teaching for 18 years, and in those 18 years, I've done various grade levels. I've also been an EL Summer Institute teacher, an EL ambassador, and just helped support the district, students, teachers, and families in any way that I can by supporting and being in committees, cohorts, anywhere that I can. Let's see. So as my English learner support, there's a lot of things that I do on that one. One of the main ones is I teach at the Virtual Academy, the ELD virtual class for the fourth through 8th grader. So it's about 25, 26 students. It's an amazing opportunity because I still get to talk to the students and have a class. Love it. They are amazing. I'm also working with various teachers around the district in just supporting them and coaching them with ELD strategies. Also helping with testing with Robin and Stacy on the progress monitoring and the LPAC that's coming up. I've been able to create PDs and PLCs, specifically the January 4th, there was one there that I put in there for bringing mindfulness, gratitude, and yoga and into the classroom, which I think is a really big thing that we need to focus now. And I'm really wanting to translate that into our dual immersion program too. And so going into our dual immersion program, there I am working with over 35 students in small intervention groups. I pull them for about 20 to 40 minutes a day and provide them in the Spanish intervention reading skills that they need. I'm also working with the dual immersion teachers and supporting them in any way capacity that I am there for them. iReady testing with the Spanish assessments that we have now. We just got some new dual immersion paraeducators that I am collaborating with and helping with get into the classroom so that they can work with the students. One thing that I'm super proud about is I just got a donors choose project just funded, and we're going to be getting over 75 leveled Spanish books for the dual immersion intervention, which is super exciting for that. And then I've been participating in the SCOE EL RISE Dual Immersion Institute with various other dual immersion teachers from the area. So collaborating with them and going through the program has been amazing. So many new steps that are coming up that I'm super excited about. And our next cycle of intervention, I'm going to be adding the 4th and 5th graders that need some extra help. We're also planning and preparing for our first 6th grade dual immersion class for next year. And then we're starting to plan and prep for the EL Summer Institute program for this summer. And again, supporting with the LPAC testing. And also one of my biggest ones that I'm super excited about is the Breathe for Change program that I'm in. And that is a SEL program, social emotional learning program that's centered on yoga, mindfulness, meditation. Again, that's one of the PDs that I did for the January 4th. And I'm super excited about translating it into Spanish. I've already incorporated it into my small groups, and we start out each a small group with doing our 3 collective breaths together and focusing onto what is our main goal for that day on what we're going to be learning in those 20 to 40 minutes. So again, just amazing things that I'm just super excited to be doing and being part of with the EL learners and the dual immersion program and working with Stacy and Robin. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. On our next slide, we have some academic data. And I know that last time at the
Stacey,
last—
can I pause
Yes.
you? We're at 9:59 and I need a motion to extend past 10 p.m. And we have a lot of business left on our.
I will make
to
it.
extend to past. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sarah.
Well, I was going to make the motion to extend with the caveat that hopefully we can take some things off to move to next board meeting when it comes to the end.
Yes.
Okay.
That was my thought, but I need the motion to even have that discussion.
So
I will second.
Okay. I apologize. Stacy, continue.
No problem. Thank you. So last time we heard about some iReady data district-wide, and this time we really wanted to dig in and share our LPAC data. So we're proud to report that 98% of Washington Unified's English learners demonstrated growth on their previous year's LPAC. So we always report they take the test in the spring, and we report it for the next year. So 98% of our kids grew, 2% of our kids decreased a level or by points. 19% of our students were able to increase by 1 or more levels. We had a couple kids grow 2 levels. One student grew 3 levels from a 1 to a 4. So that we almost never see, but our kids are capable of amazing things. 79% of our students, though, did not grow by a level, but they grew in points. And so the test, of course, gets more sophisticated as grade levels progress. And so some students from one year to the next, they grew by over 100 points, but it wasn't enough to jump a band. So I think it's important to look at the data in a really detailed, disaggregated way, and not just how many are growing by a level, which 19% is amazing. I'd love to see even more, but to really look student by student and see how they're growing and by how much, and really acknowledge and recognize and celebrate that growth. On the next slide, we wanted to bring it all back to LCAP because that's our why. And we are committed to increase or improve services for high need students, including our English learners. And so we want to tailor the best instructional opportunities for our students. This year, as the ladies mentioned, one of our big focuses has been newcomer support. And we always, every summer, provide our Summer Institute. But in between that, we provide coaching on the strategies and follow-ups with the teachers. And then second, we provide ongoing teacher support in terms of professional learning sessions and also instructional coaching that is so important to have the teachers not only learn the strategies, but be able to see them in action by experts and to collaborate around those and to really reflect on their practice and grow. And then finally, we want to provide students with expanded possibilities. We are going to continue to participate in the State Seal of Biliteracy. And then this year, Yolo County has decided to do our own biliteracy recognition, which I'm really excited about. One of the criteria for earning the Seal of Biliteracy as we graduate high school is scoring proficient or meeting or exceeding standard on SBAC, and not all of our students are able to do that, especially after the last year and a half of inconsistent schooling that they've had. So we wanted to still celebrate bilingualism and students' achievements in English and their target language, even though they may not qualify for the state seal. So we'll continue with that, and the kids will earn their cords at graduation and their certificates and their seals on their diploma. But also we're talking about doing a special countywide recognition that would be probably a Zoom call where all of the students from all of the districts within Yolo County are able to get recognized for that. So I'm excited about that. And then we're going to continue with our programs for Russian language arts and Spanish language arts, that native speakers can really get challenged in their language classes and take literature classes at the high school level in their native language. And then finally, I'll just wrap it up on the next slide with our next step. So we're going to continue to provide our EL students with rigorous, engaging, standards-based instruction. We want to increase participation in our Seal of Biliteracy program and our Yolo County bilingual recognition. We want to continue to provide engaging, differentiated professional learning for our teachers based on what they need. Not everyone needs the same thing, just like our students. So we want to equip them to meet the needs of whatever students they have in front of them this year. And then finally, we want to expand supplemental supports for our newcomer students because, as you saw, 20% of our English learners are not born in the United States. So they're coming to us, some in kindergarten, but some their junior or senior year of high school. So we want to make sure our teachers are ready to really meet them where they're at linguistically, but also social, emotionally, and content-wise so that they can make the best of their education and really provide for those students. And that is all. Are there any questions for us?
Thank you, Stacy. Let me first take it to public comment. I don't see any hands raised, and there are no pre-submitted public comments. Going once, going twice. If not, I will move it to the board. Now, Vice President Kirby Gonzalez is the first hand up.
It's getting late. I couldn't tell who was supposed to go once or twice. But thank you so much for this. Oh my gosh, your enthusiasm. It's 10 o'clock at night. You've had a long day. You didn't sign up to come late to these like we have. So thank you for giving your time, and just, you can feel even in this format, your enthusiasm for kids. So Stacy, Robin, Vanessa, thank you. And also, it was so good to have the data broken down because, when you first said one EL student in the AP class, I was so grateful that you then broke that down to what that looks like when you dig deeper. And now I'll think to ask those questions when we look at our data in the future. So hearing that it's really 46% of students who'd been RFEP'd and IFEP. So that was really great to see, as was all the data. And then just for us on the board, as we think about such a high number, 15% of students coming who are born in Afghanistan of our second language students, as we continue to think about not only how you're serving them academically, but as we think about our social emotional needs and the trauma that our students face, that's obviously a significant number. So I appreciated it, and thank you for all you do for our kids. It's great to see.
Great. Any other board? Clerk Venegas and then Trustee Pisani. Go ahead, Clerk Venegas.
Muchas gracias por esa presentación. Thank you so much for that presentation and the enthusiasm. It's always great to know, just what's going on behind the scenes, right? Of all the work that you all put in. So thank you for all of that. I appreciated the fact that we saw different angles of the work. I encourage more of that. So thank you for that. So during one of our, we went to CSBA this year and they were talking about long-term English learners. Is that data separate from this data or is it all combined in there? And I guess my question would be for Stacy.
That is a great question. Thank you for that. In the presentation for tonight's purposes, I did not disaggregate it, but an long-term English learner is considered an English learner who has been in that EL status for 6 years or more. We also have a new term, relatively recent, at risk of becoming a long-term English learner. So those are the kids who have 5 years in the English learner program. As you can see by the slide that shows the data and the
Oh no. It is that 10 p.m.
English
like
learners at every school. Did I lose you?
Yeah. Stacy, I'm sorry, you cut out. It's at 10 p.m. like you guys are going really late, like internet cut out. But,
everything
yes, please repeat
down.
We didn't hear. Yeah. Continue.
So long story short, it's not disaggregated in the presentation, but about 160 English learners at the high school level. So we are working to reduce the number of long-term English learners and train our teachers on strategies to really get them bumped up to the next level and eventually ready for reclassification.
Thank you. And I will say, with seeing different languages, different cultures, different ethnicities, it's a beautiful thing that they're coming to West Sacramento and we're having the diversity. So I would just say continue to express and voice the need, right? If there is a need there, and if you're feeling, obviously with education is just short-staffed everywhere, but I think we can get ahead of it with, especially in this area, and take an opportunity and really start to dig out what those opportunities can be, in those positions can be, so that we can continue to grow and lead with equity, right? If making sure that language is not a barrier when it comes to our services. So thank you for the work that you do, and continue to stay enthusiastic.
Trustee Pizzotti?
Yeah, thank you. And I wanted to thank you guys for your work, and the way you broke down the information was very helpful. And while some people, a big chunk did not move out of a level, showing us that they moved up in points was really helpful for me. That is what I took away from that. That was like very significant, that just by looking at levels, you wouldn't necessarily see that, correct? Like that's, I think, showing us information, we are seeing growth regardless, right? And I really do appreciate that. It was very smart in helping us see that it is moving, and it's moving in a positive direction. So, tu eres importante. Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate that little reminder.
Well, I would like to just finally add that I wanted to thank the board for their support in adding the 2 positions of program specialist and EL TOSA, which were not in our district the previous couple of years. So that's giving our staff a lot more support. So I just want to say thank you to all of you.
Oh, thank you. I love you guys. I love the ELL work. Stacy, you know this. Every time you present, I've learned to not cry when you present about how important it is to me and my family and how I grew up. But I just thank you for staying late. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate this board for prioritizing English language learners in our board plan and equity as part of the center of the conversation. So we are one team here, and this is the result of us being aligned and together. Just thank you, and thank you for staying late. And I'm looking forward to hearing more. Can I do Spanish yoga? I've been listening to Spanish meditation on Peloton.
I'll let you know when I have it translated and I'm ready.
Okay, great. Peloton does have Spanish yoga.
They do, all different languages. It's awesome.
Do. So in any case, thank you so much. And if there's nothing else, I can move on to the next item. Good evening, everybody. Before we begin, I do agree with Vice President Kirby Gonzalez and a couple of things I want to run by the board so that we're just all aware. I am thinking of moving the handbook and all of the policy conversations to another meeting, if that is okay with the board. Perfect. So with that said, I'm going to move on to the consent. Oh, Dr. Hildreth, sorry.
One question, and maybe Stan can just clarify. I just want to make sure with the policies, because some of them were tied to our FPM timelines and making sure that they were presented to the board. So I just want to clarify before the board makes that decision. Is that going to impact any timelines that we have?
They can be moved because we are going to be asking for an extension to get those in there because there are other findings besides these board policies that haven't been completed yet. And so we will have to have, there'll be other ones that come next month as well. So it could be moved.
Okay, so then I asked the board, because we've already been giving these board policies, that this is a first read and possibly be open to just straight adoption next time, unless there are significant amendments. So my request is a board so that we smooth over the next, this was supposed to be a first read anyways, that we take our time and not right now to go through them individually and come back with amendments that can be live adopted the next time through. Does that feel okay with the board?
Actually, if I'm sorry, I was just correcting one thing. I would like to do PE tonight if possible. That would be the one thing, because it does affect an item that I have in action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
Then Q5 will stay on board. And so thank you for your indulgence of rearranging things. And we are moving on to the consent agenda item. Last, anybody want to remove anything from the consent agenda item? If not, I do have a public comment, written public comment. So I'd like to read that before we move on to voting on the consent agenda item. So, and I see no hands raised. So I'm going to go straight into public comment made by Ms. Christy Jordan on 01, approval of the Certificate of Human Resources recommendations. Good evening, board and cabinet. I am a WSD employee, but tonight I'm commenting as a community member, alumna, and activist for our arts education. I'm so appreciative of the continued investment that WSD is making in our visual and performing arts, or VAPA department, district-wide. The governor's budget priorities echo this investment. The arts are essential to us in all stages of our life. For our WSD kids, having access to VAPA education teaches teamwork, collaboration, determination, problem solving, and diversity. As adults, the arts fill our lives with joy. We all experienced this during the pandemic. Many of us made it through those long days and nights by binging Netflix, watching movies, listening to music, or having family dance parties. None of those things happen without an investment in VAPA education. Tonight, I am sad to see that we are losing another music teacher in our district. This means we are down 2 music teachers, one at Westfield, and now one at Southport and Westmore Oaks. I hope that district leadership will bring in our current VAPA department teachers to learn more about what the district can do to attract and retain high-quality arts teachers for our West Sacramento kids. VAPA teachers are a tight-knit community who care deeply about what they do. Please use them and their professional channels to help with curriculum development and recruitment of teachers. Okay, that is noted. With that said, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move the consent agenda.
Trustee Pizzotti moves. Do I have a second?
I second.
Clerk Venegas seconds. This is a roll call vote, and so I will begin roll call vote. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. The consent agenda is adopted. Moving on to action items number P1, approval of the 2021 School Accountability Report Cards. Stan Moisich, you are back.
I'm back. Thank you.
And Stephanie.
Yes. So the governing board of each school district annually issues a school accountability report card known as SARC for each school in the school district. These reports get publicized. We notify parents and guardians that that there's a hard copy that can be provided upon request. They're written to represent the work of the previous year. Thus, these SARCs are attached for the school year of 2020-21. Upon approval of the board, the attached SARCs will be submitted to the California Department of Education, as well as posted to each school's website. We have a very brief presentation by our Director of Compliance and Accountability, Stephanie Grote.
Very brief.
Very brief. Next slide. That's how brief. Good evening, President Wong, WUST's School Board, Superintendent Hildreth, the community, and colleagues. This evening, we are sharing with you the 2021 School Accountability Report Cards for all of our schools in the district. Next slide. The SARCs have been part of state law since November of 1988. A similar requirement is found in ESSA. The purpose of the SARC is to provide parents and community with information about the school. And in the past 2 years, they've looked a little bit different due to COVID and the reporting of data. So we wanted to share with you those changes and what looks a little bit different this year. Next slide. The SARC contains these components. They are very clearly labeled in the attached SARC, so I'm not going to go through each one of them, but can I answer any questions? Some of these areas are editable by the district, and then some actually pull data that has previously been provided to CDE, sometimes through CalPads or other reports that we send to them, and those sections are not editable. Next section. In our SARCs, some of the changes include new teacher data tables. These tables that were referred to as Table 6, Table 7, 8, and 9 actually are the new teacher data tables, and they were approved by the State Board of Education in July of 2021. Previously, the SARCs only contained vacancies and misassignments, so now we are seeing more detail, or I should say, we should be seeing more detail. However, next slide. All districts, LEAs, and county offices were notified, received information that the new teacher data tables would not hold the data and be added into the templates by the February 1st posting date. So you will see that those tables are blank. They're blank across the state, but we did want to share that with you because those are empty tables. The CDE, California Department of Education, sorry, there was an acronym, does recommend that all schools post their board approved SARCs by the February 1st deadline without the teacher data tables, and a second review once and board approval once those tables are populated is not required. Next slide. The other changes to the SARC had to do with the testing requirements in regard to the SBAC testing. The new SARCs that were uploaded and that are attached to the agenda now and online do include the information and the disaggregated data from our iReady assessments that were previously taken in the spring of 2021. So you will see those both in the school SARCs as well as in the LARCs, which are at the end of the SARCs. Next slide. So after questions and comments, we are requesting the approval of the SARCs this evening to meet the CDE February 1st posting deadline. Once approved, the SARCs will be posted to the school's websites, including Spanish versions, and uploaded to the CDE SARC website.
Okay. Before we turn over the board for questions and comments, are there any public comments from the audience?
No public comments.
Seeing that there are none, there are no written comments either. So questions, comments from the board? Trustee Pizzotti.
You always can count on me.
Last time Vice President Kirby Gonzalez went for you.
I just wanted to, because I remember hearing comments about, earlier on tonight during, public comment about Westfield and Elkhorn and the Performing Arts Center being selected as the big ticket items that we're going to use Measure Z for. Well, if you look at the SARC and you see some of the, rate of, good, fair, poor, and you pull up Elkhorn or Westfield, the number of items that are in the poor category, that explains why we're investing so many dollars into those two schools to rebuild them. So I just wanted to point that out, that we are making, the proper, designation to make sure our kids have good learning environments, and we have to use our funds accordingly to make those schools, good teaching and good learning environments for our kids. So I just wanted to point that out.
Great. Any other comments, questions? Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I have a quick one, and I apologize that I didn't catch this earlier because I like to try to ask these, ahead of time and catch things. But I just noticed that when I pulled up Bridgeway Island Elementary School, let's say I'm on page 17, it says average class size for 5th grade, 55, with 4, yeah, I know, with 4 over 33 number of classes with 33 plus students for. So I'm just,
that is actually the average class size. That is actually one of the sections that is pulled from CDE, but you said on what page, and I can look, and then we can report that and correct it.
Page 17. And see how it says like 21, 23.
Oh, yeah.
5th grade, 55, and then 58. I know our teachers want lower class size. But,
yeah, that would be an error. So let me,
okay.
I can see what I can do to correct it. That is one that's pulled from CDE, and we don't enter that information.
Okay.
But I can note it and then see what
we know Bridgeway is impacted, but I don't think that by that much.
Not that bad.
Yeah,
and I'd already looked them over and I didn't catch it in a quick thing. So I don't know, maybe it's just that, but otherwise they look good. It was just the kind of a wonky class size in a couple places.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments and questions? Well, thank you, Stephanie and Stan, for this work, because this is what people look at when they are looking at schools and, try to rate us. But I always say visit the campus, because whatever's on these papers does not reflect the love and heart and dedication of our teachers and our community on those campuses. So I know that we have to do this for compliance reasons, but this is not the end all be all of the quality of our schools. So with that said, I will entertain a motion to adopt per the request of Ms. Grote.
Yo muevo.
Yo, okay. Secundario?
See, but would that be adopt with the amendment of the 5th grade?
Yes.
So that's the motion? Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Clerk Venegas? Muevo para qué? Con
el, that's a good one. El, yeah, that's amendment.
5th grade at Bridgeway Island class size.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Then I will second that.
Okay.
Modificación.
Modificación. I see that's what the word was coming, but I was like, no, I don't want to say that.
Modificación.
Modification.
There you go.
Okay, gracias.
Yo muevo con la modificación.
Okay, gracias. Al secundario, a Trustee Pizzotti, y vamos a votar. ¿Sí? Okay, this is the wrong presentation. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
I vote aye. Trustee Pizzotti,
Aye.
Clerk Venegas,
Aye.
and you have your SARCs approved bilingually. We're moving on to P2, approval of AB 1200, disclosure of collective bargaining agreement for West Sacramento Teachers Association, early notice of retirement, notice of resignation incentive, MOU for 2021-2022. Dr. Hildreth, I'm assuming.
Yes, I'm going to ask Director Lane to lead us through this piece of information.
Great.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, President Wong, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, community, and cabinet. So on December 9th of 2021, so last year, the board took action on approving an MOU between the West Sacramento Teachers Association and the Washington Unified School District for the early notice of retirement and the notice of resignation incentive. So the government code section 3547.5 requires that the financial impact of a tentative agreement between a school district and a collective bargaining unit be disclosed in a specified format known as the AB 1200 disclosure of collective bargaining agreement. So that is what we have here with the fiscal impact to the general fund of $52,000.
Okay. I will take any public comments, seeing that
I should say up to, because I think that was kind of the estimate. So.
Oh, got you. Okay. Seeing that there are none, do I have any board discussion, comments, questions?
I just want to make one comment, President Wong. And it is painful to see, congratulations to our retirees coming up, although it is painful to see these names on the list because they will be deeply missed. And in the future, we knew this was, coming, but in the future, I do question a resignation incentive when we really want to, incentivize our employees to stay. And so in the future, I ask that we maybe rethink that. But congratulations to all those who are retiring, and they will all be missed. But we get them till the end of the year.
Great. Any other comments, questions?
I move.
Okay, Trustee Pizzotti moves. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Vice President Kirby-Gonzalez seconds. Vice President Kirby-Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. You have your approval, Ms. Kylie Lane.
Thank
We are
you.
moving on to the second similar approval at P3, approval of the AB 12 disclosure of collective bargaining agreement with the California School Employees Association and its Riverview chapter of 168 for the early notice of retirement, notice of resignation incentive MOU for 2021-2022. Dr. Hildreth, and then I'm assuming Director Lane.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the exact same thing. However, like you mentioned, this is with the California School Employee Association and its Riverview Chapter 168. And this was approved by the board January 13th, 2022. And the fiscal impact up to estimating of $55,000 to the general fund.
Thank you. I am going to turn over to the public. Seeing no hands raised and having no written public comments, I will entertain a motion. I'll turn it back to the board for comments. Questions? No. If not, I will also entertain a motion to approve.
I move.
Clerk Venegas moves. Vice President Kirby-Gonzalez seconds.
With the same comments as before. Yes.
Oh, same comments. Okay, yes. Ditto. Okay. I vote aye. Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye.
Vice President Kirby-Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Okay. Director Lane, you have your approval.
Thank you.
All right, be well. P4, moving on to P4, approval of the River City PE exemption for juniors and seniors who have met exemption requirements. Assistant Superintendent Stan Moisich and Matt Ainsworth, Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning.
Thank you. Yeah, so Educational Code 51241 B1 states that the governing board of a school district, with the consent of students, may grant a student an exemption from courses in physical education for 2 years, anytime during grades 10 to 12, inclusive if the student has met satisfactorily at least 5 of the 6 standards of the physical performance test administered. So tonight we are requesting approval for River City High School to exempt the students that are juniors or seniors who have met the exemption requirements.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to the public for any comments, questions. Okay, no comments or questions from the public. Turning it over to the board. Comments, questions, concerns, people who love to work out? No, seeing
This
none?
is COVID only, right? This is only because of COVID?
No. I'm seeing a no from
No.
Director Ainsworth.
No, that's a good question. This is related to updated board policy that's coming later. This was one of our findings from FBM. This is something that is always supposed to be happening. Our current board policy has superintendent or designee can grant exemptions, but Ed Code says only the school board may grant the exemption. So this is the beginning of a new process that we'll be doing yearly.
Okay. Do you have any questions accordingly, Trustee Pizzotti?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just hearkening back, and I think the law's probably changed to when I went to school. It was
not that long ago.
Only almost 35 years, but yeah, who's counting? We had PE in all 4 years. I was thinking for COVID reasons, it makes sense that the last 2 years it would be really hard for people to meet the testing requirements if they weren't doing testing for that time period. That was just my question. As I kind of went over this with Superintendent Hildreth earlier, so I don't want to belabor the point, but I was just having a hard time understanding what the exemption is. They have to test out, and that means they don't have to do 4 years. Is that correct? They have to do only 2. Okay. All right.
And there are still the Ed Code also requires that PE elective options are available for their 11th and 12th grade, and that's where you see the more fine-tuned PE classes. But yeah, but these are the students who have requested that exemption.
Gotcha. Man, I'm old.
Okay, any other questions, clarifying questions, comments?
I move.
Okay, Trustee Pizzotti moves. Do I have a second? I'll second, and I'll call for a vote. Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Okay, thank you. You have your approval. Moving on to board governance, Q1, approval of resolution number 2122-20, African American History Month. I will read the resolution unless anybody else wants to read it. If not, resolution number 2122-20, African American History Month. Whereas African American History Month encourages society and schools to celebrate the achievements of African Americans, and whereas the Washington Unified School District recognizes that each student needs an opportunity to understand the common humanity underlying all people, to develop pride in their own identity and heritage, and to understand, respect, and accept the identity and heritage of others. Whereas this observance permits society to re-examine its role in preserving the civil rights of all citizens, and whereas corresponding school activities held during this month encourage students to continue to strive for the best education as a means to fulfill their potential, and whereas achievements of African Americans have benefited all humankind, and whereas not only during the month of February, but throughout the school year, it is important to recognize the contributions of African Americans in society and to recognize disparities in student outcomes to move towards greater equity in our education system and the greater community. Therefore, it be resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board designates February 2022 as African American History Month, and that all schools be encouraged to celebrate the achievements of African Americans through curriculum and activities at the school and passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 27th day of January 2022. Do I have any comments? Thank you for bringing this forward after looking at the data on the strategic plan. I appreciate you bringing this forward to the board, Dr. Hildreth. I will move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Pizzotti seconds. Vice President Kirby-Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
I vote aye. Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye.
The resolution is adopted. Moving on to
Sorry.
resolution, approval of resolution number 2021-22-21 National School Counseling Week. I will read the resolution. Resolution number 2021-22-21 National School Counseling Week, where school counselors are employed in public and private schools to help students reach their full potential, where school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development, where school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational person and social growth of their children. Whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves. Whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society. Whereas comprehensive development school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school. Therefore, it be resolved that the Washington Unified School District designates February 7th through 11th, 2022 as National School Counseling Week, passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board on the 27th day of January 2022 by the following votes. Any comments? Reflections? Thank you to our school counselors for all you do to keep our kids on track and to help meet their goals. I will entertain a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Okay, Vice President Kirby-Gonzalez moves.
I second.
Clerk Venegas seconds. Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice President Kirby-Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
The resolution is adopted. Thank you so much. We are skipping over Q3 to the next board meeting. We are going to, or the Q3, the first read of the governance handbook, where Trustee Barnes will be able to join us. Do we want to take a quick look at the board governance calendar? It seems like a quick thing. Can we look at it real quick because we need to do it?
Yes, just really quick. And while we're looking at that, just a reminder that we use the template from California School Boards Association really as a guide for the topics that we should consider. And it gives us timelines and topics to discuss. What we have presented this evening is adding some details to some of the topics. Under effective governance, for example, wanting to add pieces about our equity trainings. And just want to highlight, we did add additional section, student health and well-being. We really want to take into consideration that the topics that we're discussing really are focusing not only on our student achievement, but our students' well-being. So trying to highlight those pieces. So we have presented the draft for the remainder of this school year, and also wanted to start moving forward and presenting what we believe the topics will be for 22-23, and know that we have time to make any types of amendments or modifications, but just wanted to present so we have an overview of the things that are happening, and highlighting as well that we know that some of the topics that we've discussed, at least over the last 12 months, have been related to COVID. And so we know that our work in terms as a governance team is really about student learning. And so that's our goal to shift in the timing of the amount of time we spent on different topics, and believe this draft will help us get there.
Great. I will look to the public to see if there are any comments on our board governance calendar. Seeing that there are none, I will turn it over to the board for discussion. And I did see something that I flagged, but I'll turn it over to my colleagues before I comment.
I have the one, President Wong, if nobody else does.
Go ahead.
Looking over this, the piece I might add is tonight we had our annual update from Washington Middle College, as we have for our oversight, but we have 3 charters under our purview. They're of course our district charter, but we have 2 others. And so somewhere in here, because with COVID and all the disruption, I don't feel like we've really had an update or oversight. It would be good to put in here so that annually we could get some type of review to do our due diligence of the other 2 charters that are independent but under our purview, which is Lighthouse and
Tax Valley.
Tax Valley Charter School.
Thank you. It was late. I was looking at the picture of it in my head. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll add that, and good to note.
And would that be under community relations? Well, you'll figure out where to put that, Dr. Hildreth. I'm trying to figure out where that would fit.
Like, I know
Yeah.
judicial, I don't know, review, although it's a little different.
Would that be under?
It's maybe it's governance.
It would have
It's
to be
general
under
governance.
that, yeah.
Okay.
For student learning and achievement, because
Yeah.
we can just put it under student because we have that jurisdiction over them. So let's just put it there.
Okay.
Does that feel right, Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Sure. I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost in the.
Okay. Any other additions? I really do appreciate that health and well-being line, because that is such a core piece of everything we're doing post-pandemic. So appreciate that addition. I just had a question about bond measure outreach. We've already adopted our bonds, so we're not talking about adopting another, or is this kind of different? Under community relations, the first box is bond measure outreach.
I think that's just something that we need to clarify. I know we were looking at some of using this as a template by looking at what some of our previous calendar topics were. So that might just be something we need to remove.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Then I would suggest just removing it. So, all right. With those changes, I'm happy to move with the suggested amendments.
Second.
Do I have a second? Trustee Pizzotti seconds. Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. You have your calendar and planning document for the next
Thank
year
you.
and a half.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to Q5, first read and approval of board policy 6142.7, physical education and activity. San Moisage, you're up.
Okay, very quick, because Matt kind of already explained this already. The current board policy says that the superintendent or designee can actually approve those exemptions, but by ed code, it can only be this Board of Education. So that's the correction we put into 6142.7, physical education activity. We ask you tonight if you could approve it with that amendment.
Okay, moving over into public comment. I do not see any hands raised, and we don't have any written comments. I would say I'd like to be in compliance with the actions we made earlier. So it'd be nice to actually be in compliance and be consistent. So are there any other board comments regarding this? If not, I will move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Clerk Venegas seconds. So Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye.
Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
I vote aye. And Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Okay, Q5 is adopted. We are skipping over Q6 and Q7 for the next board meeting, and we can move on to board comments. And I will start with Trustee Pizzotti.
Yeah, I'm going to make it quick because it's getting late. But I did want everyone to know that it's International Holocaust Remembrance Day today. And I was watching CNN today, and Wolf Blitzer did a little segment on the Holocaust and how he had grandparents that were at Auschwitz and died in Auschwitz, and he went back to visit. And it really kind of struck a chord about how some of the tragedies have happened and continue to happen throughout this world. But I think it's a special day for us to remember, and especially with the Jewish community being a very large part of our community that really doesn't get recognized enough. So I just wanted to say that it's an important day to remember. And I wanted to say also thank you to the staff for staying late and for, even if we had to move some of your items that you might have been staying late for, we do appreciate you staying late and working hard. And I'm starting to get a little tired and loopy. So thank you for all you do and all your hard work.
Okay, Clerk Venegas.
Yes, gracias a todos. Thank you to everybody. It seems like every obviously, every meeting we COVID is on the agenda, but besides COVID, we're taking care of a whole lot of other things. There's learning happening, there's teaching happening, there's connection, and I truly do believe that there's trust being built with the community. I feel it, and I just appreciate the constant looking to take action in that window of opportunity. So, just echoing the community's voice. Thank you to the teachers. Thank you to all the staff. From the kitchen to the maintenance and just everybody who's continuously showing up. It's been a challenging month, but that trust is being built, and when we trust each other, it just seems to lighten the load a little bit. So let's continue to do the work, and thank you to all. Get some rest.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. No committee updates. I did appreciate Trustee Pizzotti bringing up the Holocaust, especially as I, opened my news this morning to a school board in Tennessee banning books that go into the Holocaust. And this is a board that would never do anything like that. And so it's a privilege to serve with you all and in our community and with our incredible staff. My only comment would be tonight is that we did hear that best practice is to really recommend that there's testing when there's indoor high contact sports or with band. And so my request would be to send a letter specifically to those groups, letting them know that it is a recommendation that they test specifically in those groups as well. Of course, we want everyone testing, but sometimes those messages also get lost. And so I think a specific one to the groups that Dr. Sisson called out tonight would be helpful. And that is all for me.
Thank you so much. I already did my comments earlier, but I do want to ask, you remind me of committee updates, is that it's our city 2x2 is coming up. And so I am wondering if the board has any requests specific to the agenda. The COVID-19 testing is I have requested.
Okay, that's what I was just going to say, splitting.
Anything else with the city county 2x2? I've also asked for mental health and a few other things. So UTK. Okay, just wanted to provide the board the opportunity to request any items to be raised at that meeting, this upcoming meeting. Okay, with that said, I'm going to move on to future board items. S1, board self-evaluation in March of 2022. S2, universal TK update, February 2022. S3, project labor agreement, TBD. And was there anything else that we may have missed on this items that the board may have requested? I know that our board study is just going to be on there, but.
The project labor agreement, I think it was the community training workforce agreement. I thought it was supposed to be in February. I thought that I saw it last board meeting, it was going to be in February, and now it's TBD.
I believe it is still on for February. I will confirm that with Assistant Superintendent Stovall. She had to leave the meeting earlier than expected, so I will follow up with her.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
And then I would say that at our board study session, I would love to hear from each board member what their funding priorities are for kind of the next year, so that staff and we are clear as to kind of how we can support have that discussion on board priorities.
And can I just add, because we're talking about future agenda items and you mentioned study sessions, I just wanted to have a reminder for trustees. We'll send out the date that we, as usual, will be having a budget study session in February, and also a study session to really look at our governance handbook, since we haven't done that with, and since we've had 2 new trustees join. So looking to do that at the end of February as well.
Great. Thank you for the reminder, Dr. Hildreth. Anything else? I see unmuted. No?
President Wong, yes, thank you. Can we just get a reminder of our committees and what the breakdown is? That would be helpful, as well as giving us the dates for the future. Thank you.
We'll add that.
Perfect. Okay. Anything else for the good of the order? Okay, if not, we are, I will entertain a motion to adjourn because we didn't dispense of everything. We actually moved everything off. So I think I just officially would like a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
Nobody wants to adjourn? Trustee Pizzotti wants to move to adjourn. Clerk Venegas?
Second.
Seconds. Okay. Vice President Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
I vote aye. Trustee Pizzotti?
Aye, let's get out of here.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
We are formally adjourned. Thank you so much for staying late.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.